Okay, good morning. Can everybody hear me? Fabulous. Okay. Good morning and welcome to Cradle-to-Career's Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Boards meeting. My name is Mary Kay Cruz-Jones, and I am the Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships. Today's meeting will be a hybrid meeting. You'll notice some folks here with us in Sacramento. You'll also notice quite a few Zoom boxes as all of our members are joining us virtually. So thank you for letting us start a few moments late, as we had quite a few members to sign on, do mic checks with, but we're good to go. And I'm super happy to see all these lovely faces in front of me here. As we get started, I wanted to make some quick announcements related to translation services. So to listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. It says interpretation. Then select the language interpretation audio, and you could select Spanish. Then you will hear a live rendering of the comments in Spanish. I'd like to give a special thanks to Aldo and Jeanette, who are here with us today as our interpreters. And I'll pause momentarily for our interpreters to be able to translate this message with folks today.
Good morning, folks. We're still waiting to hear from Aldo and Jeanette. They will be just a few minutes late, but they will 100% be available, and we will flag this for folks once they come on. Apologies for the delay, but we are going to get them in the room soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Please prompt me when that's more appropriate to repeat that message. Thank you very much. All right, so the agenda for today's meeting, let's take a look at what that will be. So before we dig into today's work, I wanted to take a look at what's in front of us. So in total, we have 15 items on our agenda. Our agenda is posted on the C2C website, and it specifically notes the agenda items that we will be taking public comment on. Today, members of each advisory board will be voting on 5 agenda items, and we will open it up for member dialogue on a total of 13 items. In total, there will be 7 opportunities for the public to engage with both of our advisory boards here today. At this hybrid meeting, we may ask folks joining us in person here in Sacramento as well via Zoom if they'd like to make a comment. So please raise your hand to signal if you would like to do so. Traditionally, we allot 2 minutes for public commenters. However, should we have a lot of folks joining us today and more than 10 folks, we will reduce that time to 1 minute per person, just to accommodate everybody. So we have a very full agenda today, lots of members in the same room, and we plan to end today's meeting at 3:30 p.m. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch around 12:15 p.m. and having 2 5-minute breaks, hoping for one in the morning around 11:10 and another one in the afternoon around 2:05 p.m. Before I call this meeting to order, I have a few reminders. I want to ask that all members of both advisory boards and the public please turn their cell phones on silent. I know we're all in charge of our own mics today. That's a little bit different than usual, but help me with that. That would be brilliant. Thank you. Members, please ensure that your cameras remain on throughout the duration of this meeting. That is very important for us today. If at any moment you need to step away from your camera and turn it off, that's fine. We need to share this information with our fellow members and the public. And please feel free to reach out to the office to help uplift this message, should you not have a moment to share that publicly yourself. Lastly, I ask that members state their name before speaking. This might be a little bit hard to remember today. We're very good at it when we're all in the same room, but before you speak, please ensure you say your name. And then lastly, as always, today's meeting will be run in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. So what I'd like to do now is establish a quorum. I am calling this meeting to order at 10:11 a.m. And we're going to begin with roll. First, we're going to start with the Data and Tools Advisory Board, and then we're going to go to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. So again, beginning with Data and Tools, member Anthony Jr. Member Borgen,
Present.
Member Catanzarite,
Present.
Member Chavez,
Present.
Member Connor,
Present.
Member Faust. Member Harlech,
Present.
Member Huang, Member Huff,
Present.
Member Livingston,
Present.
Member Norris,
Present.
Member Orlick,
Present.
Member Owen,
Present.
Member Fong,
Present.
Member Reddy,
Present.
Member Shack.
Present.
Perfect. We have a quorum. We'll now be moving on to community engagement, folks, starting with Member Chang,
Present.
Member Curry Nunez,
Present.
Member Gamboa,
Present.
Member Gottlieb,
Present.
Member Jeditis,
Present.
Member Khosravi,
Present.
Member Largo,
Present.
Member Lopez, Member Lopez Valdez, Member Leverin, Member Montes,
Present.
Member Navarez,
Present.
Member Nguyen,
Present.
Member Rodriguez,
Present.
Member Takagi,
Present.
and Member Viveros Walton. Okay, we have a quorum as well for community engagement, folks. Just voicing over for data and tools, y'all have 13 folks in the room as of right now. And for community engagement, y'all have 12 in the room as of right now. We needed 9 to establish a quorum. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 2, and that will be an update on the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data, which will be presented by Marianne Bates, our Executive Director. I will happily pass it over to you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kate Cruz Jones. Welcome, advisory board members. It's really wonderful to be with you today. For my update, I'm going to focus on 2 things. One is how our data system is nimble and expanding and responsive to the policy questions that Californians have. And the second is how we're doing this collaborative work with others. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So first, I'm really happy to report that all of our data providers who were scheduled to submit data in the first annual regular March submission did so. And I'm personally really excited about celebrating this as a milestone because all 8 of the partners that you see on this slide, so the Department of Education, the 3 higher education segments, Department of Social Services, Department of Healthcare Services, the Student Aid Commission, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, all of them and their teams did the hard work of sharing data without all of the fanfare and visibility that we had in October for the very first data submission. So I think this is a really important moment for the maturity of the data system and our collaborative work, which is that this submission happened. And I'm making it sound easy right now, like, you know, data partners submitted data, but Dan Lamry and his team at Cradle-to-Career, who worked really hard on the data submission, and all of our data providers, their teams really did the hard work of preparing the files, and it's not easy. It takes a lot of collaboration on very small details that add up to make sure the data can flow from our partners' data systems into the shared P20W data set. So Again, big picture, last October, we received about 10 to 15 years of historical data from these partners. And then in March, we received last school year's data. So this is a great new routine. Each March, we'll be doing this moving forward, and I really want to thank the data partners for their collaborative efforts on this. Next slide, please. So where are we now? What is our team working on as it relates to our analytical data system? A big focus of the current work is around security infrastructure. So I have two highlights on this. One is that since you last met in March, we welcomed a new Chief Information Security Officer, Krishna Bitragunta. He's newly joined the team and is working closely with the expert who had been serving as a retired annuitant in this role over the last year and a half. So we're really thrilled to have him on the team in this role, especially given the sensitivity of the data and how much data we're bringing together. This is a huge priority for our office. We also decided it was necessary to add an additional layer of security beyond what's native to our master data management tool, Tamer. So that's part of what the team has been working on this spring. This summer, the work is in bringing the data records together and starting to link them. That's the data mastering that we talked about earlier this year. And then the metric calculations for the first dashboards and the integration of the data with the visualizations happens next. So that's the work that our team is working on right now. And later this year at your next board meeting, you'll get more detailed updates about all of that work as well. So when will this work be ready? This is one of the most frequent questions that I get because everyone wants to know, you've gotten the data, how long will it be until we get to touch and feel some of it? So remember the sequencing of what we're building. We're going to start with the dashboards because that's the most accessible way for the public and our communities to engage with the data first. Then we'll work on the query builder. That's the generate your own table tool, and then the research request process for researchers. So we're working on the first dashboards, and our goal is to make sure the first dashboard is released in calendar year 2024. If we can go to the next slide. So let's talk about some of the new data. At our May governing board meeting, the board took action on a number of new data points, and I'd like to highlight those. So we're really thrilled that the Department of Developmental Services has joined the data system as a new data provider. This work fits into Cal HHS's Master Plan for Developmental Services. And personally, one thing that I think is really exciting about this from the Cradle-to-Career perspective is that this is a nice moment to highlight that our data system is not just by and for education entities. So we'll be able to look at the people that DDS serves and see their trajectories and follow those through their education journeys, their engagement in the labor market. And that's really important and will enable DDS to better serve those individuals. For us to ensure that we are highlighting and uplifting those journeys as well in our work. So we're very excited to welcome DDS to the Cradle-to-Career community. I also want to give a huge thank you to member Van Natten from CDE, who's also with us here today, for the collaboration on the teacher data points. A lot of work has gone into this over the last year between our teams who've worked together very carefully to think about what data is needed for the teacher dashboard. So we're very grateful to the Department of Education for that collaboration. These data points, which they're now planning to share with Cradle-to-Career, will enable us to build the teacher training and retention dashboard. Excuse me. I know that's a huge area of policy interest in California, and we're excited about what this data will be able to contribute to that conversation. The governing board also took action on financial aid data as well. We had identified this as a priority from the planning process, and the ability to have insights on college affordability, student debt, and financial aid is incredibly important. So I'm very grateful to Cal State and the University of California for working collaboratively with the office and with the administration to find a way to make this happen. And finally, we're working on bringing in data from the National Student Clearinghouse as well, and more on that in the next slide. So the collaboration with the National Student Clearinghouse is kind of multiple puzzle pieces fitting together. So you can see this is a collaboration across our office, the National Student Clearinghouse, the AICCU, the Association of Independent Colleges and Universities, and the Department of Education, CDE. So with collaboration from CDE, NSC is sharing the data with Cradle-to-Career that NSC had already previously prepared for CDE. So this data will share insights on where California public high school seniors go after they complete high school. So this will give us visibility into where they go, including the independent colleges, the for-profit colleges, and out-of-state colleges. So I really appreciate the collaboration with CDE on this because it makes a very significant difference in what our student pathways dashboard will be able to display. Because without the NSC data, we would just be able to see students who went to a public higher education segment, and all other students, we wouldn't know the difference among them about which ones went to an independent or a for-profit or an out-of-state college, or which ones didn't attend higher education at all. So we're very grateful for this collaboration with CDE, who are enabling us to tap this historical data that NSC had previously shared with them. We also have a new agreement between Cradle-to-Career, NSC, and 14 of the AICCU institutions to share additional data, including data for students at those colleges who didn't attend a California public high school. So this is an ongoing effort, and we'll continue to work with AICCU on that. Next slide. So going back to the dashboards that we talked about a moment ago, there are two that we're focusing on first. The first one is the Student Pathways dashboard. And I'm teasing you a little bit in the slide because this is a screenshot that's intentionally too small for you to be able to look at all the details. I just wanted to voice over that this is a prototype of one potential visual using synthetic data. This is not what the final design is going to look like. But I wanted to highlight that the point of the first data story is to illuminate the path that California students take from high school to higher education to the workforce. And our team has been using user-centered design and getting feedback from our data partners. And the other dashboard I want to highlight is the teacher training and retention dashboard. As I mentioned, we have the new and additional data from CDE that will enable the build of that dashboard in the future as well. Next slide, please. More on user-centered design. So this is a snapshot of our team at an event down in Ontario earlier this year, where they were learning with educators and sharing some draft visuals and the key questions that we expect our first data story will be able to answer. And so the design specifications that our team is developing are shaped by these initial reactions that people have. What questions they ask, the suggestions they might have for clarity, any points of confusion. So I really want to give Ryan Estriato and the whole data programs team a big shout out for their work. And they're doing this in collaboration with the engagement team that's led by Shannon Serrato as well. So the whole point here is that we're showing drafts and sharing those with people so that we can learn from them and see what's confusing, so that we don't end up releasing data products that we think are wonderful, but that people don't find as useful as they might. So we expect that our initial designs that we initially drafted are going to change over time with this feedback before we release them. Next slide. E-Transcript Task Force, I want to highlight this. We talked about this in March. We've now concluded the E-Transcript Task Force. We talked about many different topics, as you can see on this page, everything from dual enrollment and integrating applications to credit for prior learning to digital credentials and badges. And there's some detailed draft recommendations on our website from the task force that I'd really encourage you to look into. And these can now feed into the process that the governor's office is leading on the master plan for career education. Next slide. A few quick highlights that we're working with a few university centers. So the Possibility Lab at UC Berkeley is engaging with our team on dashboard development, focus groups, community engagement support. And then at UC Davis, we're working with the California Education Lab with McCall Kurlander and colleagues on the student experience audit that we do each year. So as you know, we release this report each year. This year, we're working with UC Davis and in collaboration with the Student Aid Commission to piggyback on an existing survey that CSAC runs to be able to have the report be informed by that large quantitative survey and also the deep knowledge that the California Education Lab has of the research landscape in education. So we're very excited about that collaboration. Next slide. Just a quick highlight on some national conversations we're joining. I was on a presentation by the National Academies of Sciences on managing privacy and confidentiality risks in blended data, which is very pertinent to our work. And I'm also happy to share that Shannon Serrato, our Director of Engagement, is spearheading our engagement with the State Government Alliance on Race and Equity Community of Practice. So I'm really grateful that we can both learn from that engagement and contribute to it. Next slide. Just highlighting some ongoing staff leadership development we're doing with an organization called 34 Strong and Alejandro Badipo-Memba and his colleagues. So we're doing strengths-based leadership training that has a strong focus on equity, including coaching sessions for our team. We also ran the Gallup Q12 Employee Engagement Survey and are using that to drive some specific action plans for how we can continue to strengthen the leadership and expertise of our team. Next slide. The next thing I'd like to highlight is a new series called Lunch and Learn that my colleague Brittany Ortiz is spearheading. We've had 4 rounds of this so far, so you can see our first 2 speakers here bring experience from the Kentucky Longitudinal Data System, the Homelessness Data Integration System here in California. Next slide. As well as Paige Kowalski, who was involved early on in the planning process for C2C, and Dr. Nakia Towns, who's been a school leader in Georgia and Tennessee and is now working on high dosage tutoring. And one of the things our team really loves is leaning into our learner strength and learning from leaders like this. If you'd like to be a part of this, let me put in a plug for joining our team as staff. So if you members of the public or others continue to check out our hiring page for the staff positions that we're opening up. All right, next slide. So I'll just close with a quick look ahead. At our August governing board meeting, the governing board will be reviewing our work plan for the fiscal year that's just begun. And we're going to focus on a few key things. So the first important focus is delivering the data stories, the data dashboards based on the P20W data set. So that's a huge area of focus for us over the next 6 months, especially. And then the next thing I want to highlight is we're planning to expand the P20W data set in different domains over time. The one we want to tackle the most in the next fiscal year is around new and additional workforce data. So we'll be working very closely with our partners at Labor and Workforce Development Agency and EDD on this. And I know as you're thinking about what proposals you're going to bring to your colleagues in the next meeting, workforce data is an expected area of focus for the next year. And for that, we really want to start with a learning agenda. What are the most priority questions when it comes to workforce data that we need to answer, and have that drive how we think about what data points could potentially be added to the data system. So that concludes my update. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions from our advisory board members.
Quick point of order here. Yes. Executive Director Bates, we do normally turn it over to members for questions. However, our translators have joined us. So I think it would be maybe a great idea if we could pass it over to the translator real quick, just to do their opening remarks. Jeanette, I believe you're on the line.
I'm ready.
Fabulous, thank you. Would you like me to say the opening remarks again for you to translate? Oh, fabulous, here we go, thank you.
En este momento le estamos dando servicios de traducción en español. Hay servicios disponibles para la reunión de la Junta que se realizará por transmisión vía web en la plataforma Zoom. Para escuchar los comentarios y preguntas en español, seleccione el icono del globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla que dice interpretación. Luego seleccione el lenguaje de interpretación y su idioma español. Así escuchará en directo los comentarios en español.
Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you, Jeanette. We appreciate you. Welcome on. Now I'd love to turn it back to members. Should you have any questions for our executive director on that informational update we were just given?
Community Engagement Advisory Member Adam Gottlieb. Sorry, I raised my hand. I wasn't sure if that was the proper.
Proper thing to do. Go
Sweet.
for it, Adam Gottlieb. Thank you.
Thanks. Curious, Marianne, you said that 14 of the AICC colleges have already worked on data sharing agreements. Can you share which 14 those are, or maybe follow up so you don't have to list all 14? And is there a timeline for the other 60 some odd campuses in the AICCU system?
Yes, so I'm happy to follow up with that. I do not have them memorized at the moment, but happy to follow up with that. We are working proactively with Member Boo from the governing board and AICCU to grow that over time. Those are agreements individually with each university. The one thing I want to highlight, though, is that for the subset of people attending those institutions who graduated from a public high school recently, that information would show up via the high school completer file and the collaboration with CDE and the National Student Clearinghouse on that. So we'll have some visibility into that, and then that additional collaboration is to be able to capture the full set of students who attend those institutions. So that's something that we're working on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Gottlieb just modeled this perfectly. If you could raise your hand, that would be very helpful. Apologies, I didn't see it. I see another member with their hand raised. Please feel free.
Hi, Nancy Janitis with the Community Engagement Advisory Board. Thank you so much, Marianne, for the updates. And I noticed that you spoke about the financial aid data and the CSU and the UC working collaboratively with that. Would you be able to talk a little bit more about what that movement is, or would it be more appropriate to wait and see that within the report that Ryan's going to do shortly about the data set?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure you said what that, and then I didn't hear the word. What's the part?
What that entails in terms of, I'm looking at the data set pieces of it, and I just wasn't clear about the movement forward that you said was taking place with the UC and the CSU. I'm really excited to hear about that.
Yes, happy to. We also have some updated resources that we can make sure we proactively share with you after this meeting that details the updated list of data points that are in our legal agreements. So what the additional data points from UC and CSU can show is the financial aid, including loans, institutional aid, and other forms of financial aid that UC and CSU students receive. And this complements the data we're already receiving from the Student Aid Commission, which largely highlights what students are eligible for and has visibility into the aid that flows through the Student Aid Commission, but now we'll also be able to see, for example, institutional aid. So happy to follow up after this meeting with pointing all of you members towards where we have a documentation that you can look at for what those data points are that are newly added.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear.
Do members have it? I think we'd have time for one more comment or question. All right. I'm not seeing any hands raised, and I'm not hearing anybody tell me that I missed them. So we can move on. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marianne Bates, for that update. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 3. we will take a look at the presentation and discussion of the P20W data set. So welcome again, members. I'd like to refer you to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public that's following along with us, please feel free to access it on the C2C website. Just to go over a little bit of the logistics behind this presentation, first up, we'll have Ryan Estrellado, our Director of Data Programs, who will be leading the presentation. After the presentation, we will open it up to a question and answer session with a few of our data provider partners. You might notice some of those folks are here with us as panelists right now. They will provide introductions at the conclusion of Ryan Estrellado's presentation. And then once that introduction portion concludes, the office will provide data and tools members and community engagement members time to ask some questions. And then we will conclude this entire agenda item, taking a look at the 2024 proposal process and new procedures around amendments to proposals. So happy to pass it off to Ryan Estrellado at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. My name is Ryan Estrellado, and I'm the Director of Data Programs at the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data. And agenda item 3 is a presentation on and discussion of the P20W dataset. And first, I'd like to thank Strategic Data Project Fellow Julie Liao, who was the project lead for this agenda item and who prepared it for me to share with you today. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's start with goals. The goal for this item is to help the Data and Tools Advisory Board members finalize their proposals, which are due on August 26th, 2024. Side note, what will follow is a similar presentation, but for the Community Engagement Advisory Board. For this one, there are going to be 2 parts to the agenda item. The first part is a high-level overview of the P20W dataset. And that will lay the groundwork for the second part, which is a question and answer session with subject matter experts from our data partners. And then again, afterwards, there will be the corresponding community engagement version of the presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like to start by connecting this agenda item back to the responsibilities of the Data and Tools Advisory Board as stated in the governance manual, just to give us context and grounding for why we construct the process the way that we do. The California Cradle-to-Career System Act, which is called the statute, has established the Data and Tools Advisory Board to provide input and feedback to the governing board about whether the data system is providing actionable information and identifying ways to improve access to that information. Specifically, the governance manual charges the Data and Tools Advisory Board to bring forward proposals for ways to address significant gaps. And now that the window for members of the public to submit a proposal, which is a new part of the process for this year, this is not a part of last year's process, this is new. Now that the window for members of the public to submit a proposal is closed, the window for Data and Tools Advisory Board members to either sponsor one of those public proposals or to submit their own proposal is now open. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about the specific areas that the governance manual points towards for the possible topics that proposals can address. Data and Tools Advisory Board members can submit proposals to the governing board and the C2C office on topics covering, but not limited to, number 1, data points to include in the P20W dataset. Number 2, excuse me, the usability, accessibility, and usefulness of analytic tools such as the dashboards. And then the third, practical tools, which, by the way, we sometimes refer to as operational tools, the way it's stated in the statute. So for the next part of the presentation, I'm going to go through each of these, just giving a high-level overview of each of the areas. And we will start with the P20W dataset. Okay, so on this slide, We'll talk about the P20W dataset. The first proposal topic area is the P20W dataset. There are close to 200 data points from 14 data providers in the P20W dataset. And for context, I'll share how the data system has expanded recently and planned expansions in the future. So this is dovetailing off of Executive Director Bates's presentation. Going into a little bit more detail, on May 1st, 2024, the governing board voted to add new data points to the data set, including 13 teacher data points from the California Department of Education and 12 data points from the Department of Developmental Services. More recently, the office has received data from the National Student Clearinghouse, as we discussed earlier, covering data points related to California's independent colleges and universities. That's what's happened recently. Looking ahead into the future, the office will work to expand the data system, first to include workforce-related data, and then after early learning, private college data, social services, and health data. For each of these areas, I'll give a high-level overview, but we'll also show where on the website you can find more information. I acknowledge it's a lot of information to take in from me today, and so we want to make sure you know where to go to revisit, take a closer look when you have the time. Okay, so staying on this slide, advisory board members can discover what is in the system from two resources on the C2C's website. The data elements by provider PDF lists all data points in the data system and their corresponding data providers. So that's one. And then the next resource I'd like to highlight is the searchable data points archive, providing more details for each data point in individual web pages. And I recommend that as you craft your proposals, that you use both of these resources as background knowledge for what currently exists in the system. Next slide, please. So that was the P20W dataset, first topic. Now we're going to move on to the second topic, which is the analytic tools. Okay, so analytic tools is another area that the Data and Tools Advisory Board members can submit proposals for. The statute charges the office to build 3 analytic tools. Those are the ones on the slide here. Number 1, dashboards. Number 2, query builders. So this is Executive Director Bates referred to this as the Build Your Own Report tool. And then finally, the research request tool. Let's go through in a little more detail. First, the dashboards. Per the governing board approved annual work plan, the office has been actively designing and building the dashboard, starting with the student pathway dashboard. This first dashboard will include visualizations showing the flow of students through phases of education with the ability to disaggregate by variables like region and other student characteristics. In the next slide, you'll see how to find more information about the student pathway diagram and indeed the rest of the dashboard's plan for the future. You can see that on our webpage. And by the way, we are working on the designs of the pathway diagram dashboard, as I said earlier. So we'll be updating the descriptions of both the pathway diagram on the website, which originally came from the planning process in 2019. And then we will also be updating a couple of more descriptions for future dashboards, including the teacher training and retention dashboard. So stay tuned for that. More updates on the website. That was a dashboard. On to the next part. We'll do 2 at once here, which is the query builder and the research request tool. So recall, there are 3 tools referenced in the statute. First, the dashboards. That's the one we just reviewed. And then the next are number 2 and number 3, query builder and research request tool. So in addition to the plan dashboards, the office will also be developing a query builder where users can create their own data tables using data points in the data system. And then also we'll create a research request tool and process for doing research with de-identified individual data Both of these tools are in the planning stage, and work on them will continue in the 24-25 year. Next slide, please. So showing the website here again. To learn more about the progress on the Query Builder and the Research Request tool, please visit the Build Your Own table and the Request Access to Data pages on the Cradle-to-Career website. Okay, so we've covered the data system, we've covered the analytic tools, and then within that, the dashboard, Query Builder, Research Request tool. Finally, the third topic we'll cover today is the operational tools. These are called operational tools in the statute. Around the office, we've been calling them practical tools. Just know that we're talking about the same thing there. Okay, so third topic area that the Data and Tools Advisory Board members can submit proposals to is the operational tools. The statute identifies two entities, eTranscript California and CaliforniaColleges.edu. Two products, eTranscript California and CaliforniaColleges.edu, as the two tools that the office will scale up, help to scale up in order to better serve educators, students, and families. I'm going to talk briefly about each one. So on the next slide, I'm going to start with eTranscript California, which is funded by the California Community College Chancellor's Office and managed by the Community Colleges Tech Center. eTranscript California is a transmission service for sharing academic records across the state's public higher education segments. In the past 6 months, the office, in collaboration with Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, facilitated a task force on the expansion of eTranscript California and the build of a career passport. The goal of the task force was to develop an implementation plan for connecting and expanding existing systems in order to streamline college applications, enhance academic planning tools, and reduce administrative burden for students. Task force members drafted a list of recommendations at the June 6th meeting, and once finalized, these will be included in the master plan for career education. So again, connecting the dots to Executive Director Bates's presentation is more detail on the eTranscript California related work. Going back to the website to learn more about this expansion, please visit the eTranscript California page on the Cradle-to-Career website. And then finally, in operational tools/practical tools, we're going to go to CaliforniaColleges.edu, which is managed by the California College Guidance Initiative, or CCGI, and is California's official college and career planning platform. The office partners with CCGI to promote and scale CaliforniaColleges.edu, so all of California's high school students can access features that streamline the college and financial aid application processes. CCGI is working on universal basic accounts at CaliforniaColleges.edu for public high school students and aims to increase the percentage of California's public high school students benefiting from their services. Next slide, please. To learn more, please visit the College Planning and Application Tools page on the Cradle-to-Career website. And that concludes my presentation, and I will pass it back to Mary Kate Cruz-Jones.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ryan Estrellado. Wonderful presentation, very good foundation for what we're about to head into. So what I'd like to do at this time is start opening up that question and answer section of this agenda item. We do have, I see members already with their hands raised, which is fabulous. I'm looking forward to the engagement in this section. Before we do that though, let's go through our data providers that are on the line. So Debbie, our governing board member, if you could just introduce yourself real quick, please.
Hi, Debbie Cochran with the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Liberty Van Nutten, another governing board member with us. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, Liberty Van Nutten with the California Department of Education.
Fabulous. Thank you. We have designee, our designee Neshka on the line, who is for Member Ohanian. If you could please introduce yourself.
Hello, Agnieszka Rykaczewska, Deputy Director of the Insights Lab at CDII.
Fabulous. Thank you. We also have Mohammed, who's here on behalf of Member Javier Romero, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yes, I am Muhammad Akhtar. I am Labor Market Information Division Chief in Employment Development Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have Ryan on the line from CSAC on behalf of Member Moldoff. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Ryan Fuller. I'm a research specialist here at the California Student Aid Commission.
Fabulous. And last but not least, we have Dr. Sullivan on behalf of Member Evans from CSU. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Ed Sullivan, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Institutional Research and Analysis with CSU.
Thank you very much. I believe I've done a roll call of our data providers. However, if I've missed somebody, please humbly correct me. Fantastic. With that, I'd love to jump into this question and answer session. Member Huff, if we could begin with your question, please.
Thank you. This is Heather Huff, member of the Data and Tools Advisory Board. I'm really excited about the new teacher variables that are going to be added to the data system and have just a couple of questions about that. So it looks like there will be teacher course codes attached to that are part of that data system, but students don't have course codes. Is that correct? I just want to understand if there will be a possible linkage between the teacher course and the course that a student is enrolled in, or if that link is not established yet.
Yes, and that's a question for CDE.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather.
Hi.
So the student course information that we are providing Cradle-to-Career is end of year. So it encompasses the entire school year. But the teacher course data is linked to fall 2, which is point in time. And so there isn't a connection between those two, if that makes sense.
So you're saying that students have semester courses, but the teacher is only a year-long course.
No, the teacher course information that we collect is fall 2, which means on census day. It's that one day within the school year on census day, what course is the teacher teaching and what students are assigned to that course. The student course information that we have already been providing Cradle-to-Career is within the entirety of the school year. So it is not just that point in time. And so they're not quite alignable, if that makes sense.
So a student might have, like, if they change courses, they'll appear multiple times with their course files. So you could connect them, but it requires some analytic rules, I think, then.
No, you couldn't, because, for example, let's just say Spanish 2 that's taught in the first semester of a high school year. The kid took Spanish 2 the whole semester, but let's say 3 different teachers rolled through that semester. The fall 2 teacher information is collected at that one day in time. So it doesn't capture if other teachers were in there in that semester time frame. So if there weren't changes and you were looking at, for example, the first semester or the first quarter, if that overlapped with census day, you could, but that is assuming that there aren't changes with the teacher, which does happen.
But the student course link is part of the data that's being provided to Cradle-to-Career?
Yeah, it was part of the original. And so those data are on course completion. So it's what courses kids completed at the end of whatever grading period they are reporting for. The teacher data that we collect is point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Apologies. When I started up this session, I forgot to put time parameters on it. So we're hoping to conclude this section probably in about the next 15 minutes here, ideally. Just want to set that time frame for folks. Member Navarez, please.
Hello, Jackie Navarez. So I have 2 questions. One is looking at our juvenilee incarcerated, that data should be going into CDE through CalPads, but I'm wondering, as I'm looking at the DIR data for workforce, I only see that they're capturing apprenticeships, whereas like our adult incarcerated, there's multiple accreditation programs, like accredited certificate programs. I don't see any place we're capturing that. So that's my first question, to see if anyone from the data and tools can clarify if we are capturing any of the certifications that our incarcerated adults are receiving.
I can start with that. This is Ryan Estriato, Director of Data Programs. I can start with that and then happy to turn it over to the rest of the team if they have more to add. So Jack, the question is credentials specific to students who are incarcerated, those programs?
Well, so the students, I think K-12, that data should, my assumption, be going through CalPADS into CDE, but I'm looking at the adults. So our incarcerated adults who are in accredited certification programs, I don't see that we're capturing any of that. I mean, and that might be like they have an optician, right? So very valuable certification to be capturing. And I don't see that we're capturing that, but I may be wrong. I only see that DIR has apprenticeships, and that could be inclusive of our incarcerated adults because they do get apprenticeships, but I don't see any other place where it's being captured. But I may be wrong.
Yeah, so what I can say about that, and again, others here can jump in too, but what I can say about that is the data points for DIR are in the participation agreement. They are only defined to that extent. What happens in the process once we receive that data is then we then meet with the data providers and get more details about all of the variables we'll need to actually describe that data concept. At that point, we'll know more about which credentials are included in that particular data point. So another way of saying that is we don't have the resolution of data definition for that one yet to be able to know what's included and what's not.
Okay, I'm just thinking like on the CSU level, Sac State has a project rebound. So it would be, relevant to know what those params are going to be for that. And if we're not capturing it, that might be a suggested proposal. And then also to clarify with regards to our dual enrollment data, I know that with CalPADS, LEA submit data through CalPADS to CDE for dual enrollment. But I know that doesn't capture all the dual enrollment that's happening. And I don't see that data is coming from a secondary entity. And so that's my second question. Thank you.
So within the CSU data, the completion would be recognized, but the fact that the student was incarcerated probably is not. So that would have to come from another source.
So there was a question about dual enrollment coming from CDE. Does it come from anywhere else? And I think for that one, I will turn, because I know it does, but defined differently. And there are some important nuances there that I want to make sure we get correct as we answer this one. So I will turn that over to David if you have more to add there, and maybe also Liberty, just for specifically on the CDE side.
Thank you.
David Lang, Research Manager. I don't want to speak out of turn, but my understanding is that as we receive dual enrollment data from the last feasibility study from CDE, that refers to a very specific type of enrollment in which I believe students receive both high school and college credit. Other definitions of dual enrollment are used a little bit more loosely just to refer to students who are enrolled both at a high school and at another institution. And Liberty, is there anything more we should add on that front?
No, I think that's perfect, David. I appreciate the clarification. So, and so just to be clear, we do provide whether kids are complete a dual enrollment course, but to David's point, it's the true dual enrollment that where a kid is getting credit at both the college and at the high school levels. So we do not capture whether a kid, for example, my daughter wanted to take a summer course at Sac City College and she didn't tell the district never knows, right? So we can't even capture that information. And those data, those information are not on a kid's transcript. So it doesn't come into our CalPAD system. So it's, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Liberty. Yeah, because I see that CDE is the only data point that's collecting the dual enrollment. And I know that, oftentimes that data isn't inclusive because of exactly your example. Thank you, Liberty.
Thank you. Please, Mary Ann.
I can add just a little more context to that. This is not immediately relevant for our analytical data, but I think it's important context. As a part of the e-transcript task force, CCGI has also been working with the community colleges to do a pilot of using the CCC apply data and CCGI data to identify high school students who are seeking to enroll in community colleges. And so that's a pilot that's underway that could potentially open opportunities to find this information more comprehensively in the future via the community colleges as well. So if you're interested in that, please take a look at the documentation that we have on our website on the e-transcript task force. But I just want to be clear, that's a pilot and it's just getting started and would initially be relevant for the work that CCGI and the community colleges are doing together. And there's not yet an immediate path for that to inform the analytical data, but it's work that's being piloted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Shack.
Thank you. I'm Oliver Shack from the DADS Tools Advisory Board, and I have two questions. The first question is, do you have any sort of timeline for a data dictionary that would have sort of all the details and technical definitions on the elements? And then I'll list my second question, which is on the Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and CalWORKS status elements. Could you tell us a little bit more about what exactly that would include? Would it be like a snapshot at a single point in time, or would it have sort of a historical record of being eligible for those services? Would it have detail about what kinds of services are actually received? And then would it go beyond the student themselves to, let's say, their parents and members of their family?
Thank you, Member Jack. I can start on this one. The data dictionaries will also invite the rest of the team to add. And then for the CalFresh question, I can also give a high-level overview there, but then we'll invite both David and Neshka to add more detail. Okay, so timeline for data dictionaries. Two things on this. There is a really high-level description of each of the data elements on the website. I'll say a couple of things about this. The first is that's probably not the level of resolution definition you're talking about when we talk about data dictionary. They are general plain language descriptions plus some descriptions of the data types. I'll note that those were made during the planning process. Now that we've received the first data import in October and then the first annual one in March of this year, we know a lot more about the data. And in response to that, our office is in the process of updating the website definitions. So they'll still be at that high level description. And then what we've learned is that those data definitions are best updated alongside the tools that we release. And the reason why we've learned that is each of the tools takes the data elements and based on the use case for the data elements will have very specific definitions. I'll give one example here just to illustrate. When we think about high school completers, for example, there's a number of ways that we know from California Department of Education that students can complete high school. And on the general description on the website for high school completion, you could see all possible values. But when we start building a dashboard, we have to make some choices about which of those values do we think of as completing high school. And that's an example of where a data dictionary specifically for a dashboard needs to have more fine-grained information. And so the plan is for each of the tools that we release to release alongside it a data dictionary that has far more detail than the general one that is on the website. The downside, of course, is that that is not available now. And I hope on some level the general description that is on the website can help, especially after we update them. But you can expect a more detailed dashboard-specific data dictionary when released before the end of the calendar year. Let me just pause there and see, does that answer your question on the first one?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
And then I guess just one very small thing there is So that would include elements that are on the dashboards. Do you anticipate there being elements that are maybe not covered in the dashboard, and sort of what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so if they're not in a dashboard, the description will remain as it is on the website, but updated based on what we learned from the data system. So general descriptions, possible values, that type of thing. As always, we would love to learn more about if you feel like there are things missing from that general description that would be helpful for folks to have who want to understand the data elements outside the context of an analytic tool. We would love to hear that. So please connect with us and let us know. Okay, then I'll say on the CalFresh status data, looking at the way we receive that data is that there is a yes, no variable. So either eligible for CalFresh, yes or no, but then for each month, and that's the way that we receive it at a just sort of high level overview. That's the way we receive that data from DSS. But for more detail on that, in case I've missed anything, I'll invite both Neshka or David to comment more on that.
Yes, I'll jump in. Thanks so much, Ryan. So that's exactly right. It's tracked on a monthly basis of are they receiving services or not, or are they, for CalFresh specifically, are they eligible or not? On a monthly basis, with the idea that once the data is linked, that should give a more longitudinal perspective to allow us to see kind of have they ever received the services? So it's a month. Currently, that information is limited to the student and doesn't include parents or other family members. And it is limited to it kind of, are they enrolled or not? So it doesn't include what specifically kinds of services or any more detail about what within CalFresh or what within Medi-Cal they're receiving, but just a program participation kind of variable.
Thank you. And would that also apply to CalWorks and Medi-Cal as well?
Yes, it's the same for all three.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, I am looking at the time. Member Borgen, I see your hand raised. So let's have Member Borgen be our last comment, and then we will wrap up this section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason Borgen, Data Tools Advisory. Ryan, thank you for that presentation. Thank you for sharing the query builder tools. I think will be very valuable for researchers and advanced educators to query data sets, and really, making that more accessible is for our community, for teachers, and for parents. I'm curious if, I know there's a lot of data systems out there that are currently utilizing AI technology to actually utilize that to build queries through the AI tools. Has the staff looked at AI tools to embed into the query building system at all, or has that been part of the discussions in the future roadmaps?
Yeah, so AI in general is a conversation that's being had statewide, all departments having that conversation and trying to have some common understanding of the best use cases, safest use cases for it. I'll let the rest of the team sort of comment on that more. But in general, there's no plans for us to include that in the query builder at present. And that's largely following the lead in the conversation and trying to align as best as we can the conversation that's happening statewide on that. But Executive Director Bates may also have more comments on that for larger context.
That's right. So we don't have an immediate use case for AI. Don't have immediate use for that. As Ryan mentioned, we need to make sure we're aligning with the statewide process on considering uses of AI and doing so very thoughtfully and cautiously. So if that is something we decide to explore in the future, that's something we would do in conversation with our boards and the public.
Wonderful. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. I know we had 6 very important folks here on the line, so thank you, governing board members. Thank you, data provider partners. We appreciate your time, energy, and brains here today with us. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the next section of our of this agenda item. As promised at the beginning, at the top of this agenda item, we talked a little bit about how we would go over the member proposal process, as well as the modified amendment process. So I just wanted to walk members real quickly through the resources available to you. As a reminder, it is member proposal season. Ryan said at the top of his presentation that deadline that's hopefully ingrained in your brains, that's July 24th, which means 14 days. So the timer is on. This is a snapshot of our website. So if you go on the search button and type in advisory board member proposals, it will link you to this page. At the top part of it, there's a resource section. You'll notice that that's the second button, and it gives you everything that you need as a member, right? You have your proposal form there, you have your rubric there, timeline, as well as FAQs that were asked for last year. So I just wanted to uplift this and highlight it and remind you all that of the tools in your toolbox that are at your disposal. And I'm happy to pass it over now to Ryan Estrellado to go over that amendment process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi again, Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs. Okay, so what's really important for us and what we want for all of you during the proposal process is for you to feel as informed as possible about the areas that about the data system, and then as a result, the areas that you want to do proposals in. We also want to put ourselves, the office, in a position where we can represent your proposal as clearly as possible, make them as actionable as possible, and in the same way that we are continually receiving feedback and applying that feedback to our analytic tools and the data side. It's the same thing here. We are also regularly taking our experiences and feedback on the proposal process and trying to refine it and reach that goal of making this a good experience for y'all. And this year we have information we did not have last year, which is the first round of proposals. So we've been doing a lot of thinking about that and how to improve it. And we've distilled that down to two key improvements that I want to preview here. The first one is an improvement to the proposal form itself. So last year, the Data and Tools Advisory Board members submitted 7 proposals, and last year they all happened to be recommendations for new data points. This year, the office has revised the proposal form and the proposal rubric to better support members in recommending data points, and in particular, by flagging potentially duplicative data point recommendations. So I'll get a little more specific about what I mean by that. That is either recommendations for variables that either already exist in the data system, or recommendation for variables that do not exist in the data system, but can be feasibly constructed with the data, with the variables that do exist in the data system. So we see the number of these last year. If you were part of, many of you were part of that process, you'll remember the way that conversation went and how we addressed it. But this year we'd like to further reduce any ambiguity around each of the proposed data points, and improve our collective process and efficiency. And so you'll see in the proposal form specific questions that help to get at whether or not a data point exists. And we hope that that refinement to the forum and also the conversation that we've had today with our data providers will further help that. So that's the first of 2 improvements. That's a proposal form. And the next one is the amendment form. After submitting the proposal forms, the Data and Tools Advisory Board members will rank order proposals using this the updated proposal rubric. And then, as we did last year, up to 3 of those proposals will advance to the fall Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting for discussion. Again, as with last year, members who submitted the proposals will present their ideas at the fall meeting, and other advisory board members can make amendments to that proposal. So you have the original proposal, and then after the conversation this happened last year, there was more conversation and discussion about amending the proposals being considered. This year, we want to bring more structure and efficiency to the amendment process. And the office, to that end, developed an amendment form as a resource to help Data and Tools Advisory Board members deliberate and clarify their thoughts. so that the office can capture the amendments as the author or the authors intended. If members wish to make an amendment, the submission window is from September 17th through 23rd. So that's ahead of the fall meeting. And you can refer to the staff report for this agenda item for that new amendment form, as well as a sample filled out form that you can use as an example, excuse me. So those are two improvements that we hope help the process this year, help you feel as informed as possible and help us convey your proposals as clearly as possible as we work to take action on them. That is the improved proposal form and improved amendment form. And with that, I will turn it back to Mary Kay Cruz-Jones.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ryan Estrellado. Just to wrap up this section, before we conclude, any last comments, questions from our members? Seeing and hearing none, what we can do is we could wrap up this section now. What I'd like to do is give us all a 5-minute break. So members, feel free to take your cameras off. Let's return at 11:23 promptly. So we will see you in a few moments. Thank you. Thank you, members, for starting back on. We'll just give it another moment here while folks join us. Members, if you could please have your cameras on when you return. Okay, it is 11:24 a.m. and I'd like us to start back up in session. So let's turn to agenda item number 4, which is the presentation on the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data and Community Engagement Framework. I'd now like to invite Shannon Serrato to provide this presentation to us. Similarly, Shannon will provide her presentation and we'll be going over the new amendment process and member resources. And I'd like to hand it over now to Shannon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary Kate, and good morning, members. I'm Shannon Serrato, C2C's Director of Engagement. You heard from Ryan just a few moments ago about how advisory board members can advance proposals to the office related to data and tools, and I'm here to round out that conversation with a focus on C2C's community engagement framework. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item 4, and if you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, that staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. The goal of this agenda item is to help Community Engagement Advisory Board members finalize their proposals due on September 9th, 2024. Next slide, please. So the California Cradle-to-Career Data System Act established C2C's Community Engagement Advisory Board to examine whether the office is creating strong feedback loops with data users, supporting evidence-based decision-making and analytical capacity, and ensuring equitable access to actionable information. Now that the window for proposals from the public has closed, Community Engagement Advisory Board members can now submit a community engagement proposal of their own, noting that the office did not receive proposals related to community engagement from the public this year. Next slide, please. So now that we've discussed the role of the advisory board, I'd like to focus on the scope and responsibilities of the Community Engagement Advisory Board members. Specifically, the governance manual charges the Community Engagement Advisory Board to provide recommendations to the governing board and the office on topics including but not limited to professional development and technical assistance models that foster evidence-based decision-making, strengthen analytical capacity to available data tools, and enable end users to understand structural factors that influence outcomes. Communication structures that ensure a broad range of Californians know about and are using the tools, feedback loops that ensure meaningful and equitable public input, access, and utilization of available information, and tools that will address strategic objectives of the data system. Next slide, please. So what does that mean in practice? While the data and tools and community engagement advisory boards have a similar charge, there is a different lens for community engagement advisory board members. While data proposals are understandably centered around the P20W data set and tools, community engagement proposals have a much broader scope. So I'd now like to turn to how community engagement advisory board members can help implement and operationalize community engagement work for C2C. To ground this work and make it concrete, community engagement proposals could expand upon objectives as described in the Office's strategic plan for engagement. You'll see a screenshot of this on the site here. It's also available on the C2C website under resources, which includes clarifying and quantifying outreach and partnerships with the key stakeholders by region or community. Additionally, community engagement proposals could reflect and further the goals described in the Office's 5-year timeline, also available on the C2C site. We are doing our best as the office to advance this work, but we have a virtual room today full of really intelligent and well-resourced people. So this is truly a call to action for members to think deeply about how you all can help really prioritize and embed the community engagement framework in all that we do. Beyond submitting the proposals, there is work that the group can do, such as working through amendments to make proposals as strong and feasible as possible so that the office can advance this work. While seemingly nitty-gritty, we need that lens when thinking about how we can truly operationalize community engagement. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Mary Kate to talk about member resources.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So this slide should feel very familiar to members. So the resources for community engagement advisory board members are in the same place as data and tools members, just lower. So community engagement members, your proposal form is here, so feel free to get started. As Shannon mentioned, these proposals, and I mentioned earlier, these proposals are due in 2 weeks or 14 days. You have your rubric that you'll use for your prioritization, as well as the overall process timeline. So please feel free to take advantage of this website. We will be looking at it again later on today, but your resources are available to you here. And I will pass it back to Shannon for the last half of this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary Kate. So as Ryan mentioned in his presentation, the office has learned from last year's proposal process. This is the first time we've all done it together, so really appreciate you all working with us. And we implemented some improvements on the proposal form. After submitting the proposal forms, community engagement advisory board members will rank order proposals using the proposal rubric, and up to 3 proposals will advance to the fall community engagement advisory board meeting. As with last year, community engagement advisory board members who submitted the proposals will present their ideas at the fall community engagement advisory board meeting, and other CEAB members can make amendments to those proposals. Next slide. Additionally, this year, to bring more structure and efficiency to the amendment process, the office developed an amendment form as a resource to help community engagement advisory board members deliberate and clarify their thoughts so the office can capture the amendments as the authors intended. If community engagement advisory board members wish to make an amendment to a proposal, the submission window will be from October 2nd to the 7th, 2024. And with that, that concludes my part of the presentation, or the presentation on community engagement framework more broadly, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have today.
Wonderful. So at this time, we can open it up for, members for discussion and comments. I would like to have this wrapped up no later than in the next 10-15 minutes here. So if members have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. Member Navarez.
Hi, Jackie Navarro, Sac City Unified School District. I just had a clarifying question with regards to a proposal. So when we were speaking about the data and tools proposals, we were looking at the operational tools of e-transcripts and californiacolleges.edu. But in the Community Engagement Advisory Board enhancement, goals, it's speaking about, trainings and outreach for these practical tools or the operational tools. So I'm looking at, my question is, for the, Community Engagement Advisory Board proposal, is there something where if a change in one of these operational tools would allow for more community engagement? Is that, like, where would that proposal lie? Because it really is a data and tools kind of change, but it's based on the impetus of engaging with community.
So that's a good question. Jackie, you came to mind, and I'm happy to have other folks weigh in about where the delineation would come from, but you came to mind when thinking about just community engagement proposals more broadly, because specifically you have flagged trainings and events and outreach that we as the office could be participating in. And so there are ways that we could further operationalize some of those things to make sure that, you know, by region, we are attending said events in a certain amount of time frame. That we are making sure that we are at X events throughout the year. So that would be something that I would think that would fall under this framework itself. As far as the tools, I think that that would be still be under the data and tools framework specifically, unless it truly impacts the things that you mentioned, which is training, outreach, and engagement. But I think that there is still something to be said about embedding and really making sure some of these things that we do all the time could be more streamlined or worked into our official work plan, and also making sure that this work is feasible by the office by prioritizing some of this to be embedded in our 5-year timeline as well. So happy to let others weigh in, but that's where I see the distinction between the two. And again, or not again, I want to say that I understand that this is a much more broad process. And so there's a lot of things that could be captured under the framework of community engagement. And so glad to work through that with members over time.
Thank you. Other members? Okay. Seeing and hearing no other questions, comments, or concerns, we can happily wrap up agenda item number 4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to agenda item number 5, we're going to take a look at the approval of the meeting minutes from the March 5th Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting. All members have had an opportunity to take a look at these minutes, again, from the March 5th Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting. Would any members wish to make any additions, corrections, or changes to the minutes? And if we could. Yes, this slide. Hearing no changes, I'd love to ask for a motion.
I move, Jason Borgen moves to approve the Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting minutes from March 5th.
I have a motion. Can I have a second?
This is Member Ready, second that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Motion from Member Borgen, second from Member Ready to approve the Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting minutes from March 5, 2024. Before we open it up for a vote, let's just pause briefly for public comment. We do have a public commenter here with us in Sacramento, confirming that they have no comments for us at this time. With no change in status there, we will not open it up for public comment here in Sacramento. We'll move it to Zoom. I do see one hand raised. So before we open it up, I just want to remind our public commenters that it is limited to this agenda item. So hopefully your comments are related to the March 5 Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting minutes. Seeing only one hand raised, I am happy to unmute you and give you 2 minutes to speak, getting my timer ready right now. John, I'm allowing you to talk.
I like pooping. I like to eat poop. Yeah! Mary Kate Cruz Jones.
Thank you very much. Any other public commenters? Hearing and seeing none, I am very happy to close public comment at this time. We will now take it for a vote. So, Member Anthony Jr., Member Borgen,
Aye.
Member Catanzarite,
Aye.
Member Chavez,
Aye.
Member Connor,
Aye.
Member Faust, Member Harlick,
Aye.
Member Huang, Member Huff,
Aye.
Member Livingston,
Aye.
Member Norris,
Aye.
Member Orlick,
Aye.
Member Owen,
Aye.
Member Fong,
Aye.
Member Reddy,
Aye.
and Member Shack.
Aye.
With 13 ayes, the motion passes. Wonderful. Thank you very much, members. All right, we will now move on to agenda item number 6, which is approval of the meeting minutes from the March 20th Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting. So members, community engagement members, y'all have had the same opportunity to review the minutes. I'd like to open it up at this time for any corrections, additions, or clarifications to the record. Hearing none, let's open up for a motion. May I have a motion from a member?
Member Takagi.
Lorenzo Gamboa.
Oh. Member
Yes.
Takagi, I motion to approve the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting minutes from March 20th, 2024.
Perfect. Thank you, Member Takagi. I have a motion. May I have a second?
Member Lorenzo Gamboa, second.
Fabulous. Thank you. Motion from Takagi, second from Gamboa to approve the Community Engagement Advisory Board minutes for March 20th. Let's open it up for public comment. Again, we have here Sacramento room first, but no public comments requested at this time. So we will open it up to Zoom. Again, if folks would like to comment on this agenda item, it must be limited to agenda item number 6. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll give it another moment. Seeing no other hands raised, I'm happy to close public comment at this time, and we will bring it to a vote. Member Chang.
Aye.
Member Curry Nunez.
Aye.
Member Gamboa.
Aye.
Member Gottlieb.
Aye.
Member Jediditis.
Aye.
Member Khosravi.
Aye.
Member Largo.
Aye.
Member Lopez.
Aye.
Member Lopez Valdez.
Abstain.
Member Leverin. Member Montez.
Aye.
Member Navarez.
Aye.
Member Nguyen.
Aye.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Takagi.
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton. With 13 ayes, the motion passes. There was one abstention. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, let's now move on to agenda item 7, which is an update discussion on the selection for advisory boards committee meeting and process. And I will be presenting this item. So thanks folks for sticking through another agenda item with me. All right, so hello again, members. Welcome public. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. Folks following us along at home, please feel free to refer to our website for more information. Okay, if we could get to the next slide, just want to share during this agenda item, I'm going to be providing an update on the selection for advisory board committee meeting and process. So at the February 28th governing board meeting, the committee charter and the selection for advisory board committee was approved. There were 5 members from the governing board that were designated to form this committee. Those members include Member Payne, who is our chair-elect and soon to be chair of the governing board. He was also the chair of this committee. We also had members Gonzalez Vasquez, Romero, Ohanian, and Vu, who joined Member Payne on this committee. The role and their main goal is to finalize the selection and recruitment of materials and identify a candidate pool for governing board approval. That's just a little bit of background there. So let's take a look at Committee 1. This happened on April 12th. During this meeting, and sorry, I can actually bring it back a step. Members may remember and feel familiar with this agenda item because it was discussed at both of your advisory boards meetings. So on the 5th and on the 20th, both of you had an agenda item, and we did take a look at the application, the rubric, and we did talk about application candidate pools to gather input. This input was shared during committee meeting 1. So the committee again convened on the 12th. They too talked about the application, the rubric. They approved all the materials, and then we took a look at that selection process. For advisory boards, they also approved the outreach plan. So let's kind of take a look at the next slide here, the DTAB member snapshot. So what we received in, or excuse me, the advisory board at this time. So before we kind of look at what we received in, we should take a look at where we're at. So we know that we're going to be experiencing upcoming vacancies to both advisory boards. We'll take a look at data and tools first. So again, as we're analyzing who should be seated, we need to take a look at who will be losing. And it's imperative to analyze how those impending vacancies will affect the advisory board as this new selection process began. So before us is a current overview of the Data and Tools Advisory Board. It's an overview of what things will look like in the next 3 years. So currently, in terms of the 5 members that are cycling off, 1 member represents an advocacy organization, 2 members represent community organizations, and 2 members are practitioners. So given their departure and pending the new selection of members, the Data and Tools Advisory Board will be composed of 2 members that represent advocacy organizations, 1 member that represents a community organization, 6 practitioners, and 2 members that represent research organizations. I know that was a lot. I'm hoping that that visual was helpful to digest some of that information. So data and tools obviously isn't the only, aren't the only folks that we're recruiting for. In front of us now is community engagement. So community engagement will be experiencing the loss of four folks shortly in August. 2 of those members represent advocacy organizations. 1 member represents a community organization, and 1 member is a practitioner. So given their departure, and again, pending the new selection of members, the Community Engagement Advisory Board will be composed of 5 practitioners, 3 members that represent community organizations, 2 members that represent advocacy organizations, and 2 students. So that's kind of where we'll be in August, and what makeup will look like. Now, what I'd like to take a look at is the applications that we got in and talk a little bit more about this committee process. So for data and tools, the office received in a total of 28 applications, again, for those 5 vacant slots. On the application, and you folks might remember this because it's something that it was previewed in your meetings again, applicants are given the opportunity to self-identify on the application. And based upon the applicant's selection and information disclosed in the application, applicants were grouped into those vacancy categories. The committee members did provide a prioritization for selection of the advisory boards. That was done in the April meeting. However, based upon the applicant pool that came in, the committee kind of had to take a look at what was received versus what their ideal population would look like. I do want to note that the student category, and we'll see this for both advisory boards, that was reserved, for applicants in high school or college. If there were folks that were, undergoing a PhD or graduate program, they received an asterisk in their name, but they were also placed in whatever primary other category. So it was noted that they kind of fell into these dual categories. But student was left solely for high school or college. So from these total of 28 applications, 3 of those applicants were grouped as advocacy or community organizations, and 25 were placed in the practitioner researcher category. And as I just mentioned, 2 of those applicants disclosed that they were students, one obtaining a doctoral degree or taking an educational course for teaching. So those 2 individuals were placed in the practitioner researcher category, and that was based upon the information that was disclosed in their application, but it was something that was noted. Taking a look at committee slating. So when the committee, they did engage in heavy deliberations. We received 28 super competitive applications, lots of super qualified folks. It was a really tough decision. I do not envy the work of these committee members. But where they did land and what they decided on at our June 27th or second committee meeting, they approved 5 applications to be recommended for the appointment to Data and Tools Advisory Board. Now, it's really important to remember that the committee just will provide a recommendation, but the final approval is pending the governing board, and this will take place on August 14th. So members, if you're one of the 9 folks that are falling off, that's when your term will expire, and that's when we'll officially get these new folks in, just to kind of tie this all together. But taking a look at these 5 folks, and we also got 5 runners up, which is great. So the office will be able to tap folks should anyone need to step down for any reason. I wanted to take a moment and just highlight who those individuals were. So let's focus on the 5 folks that will be potentially slated or are recommended to be slated. We have Lauren Reed from Oakland Promise, representing advocacy community, and then 4 representatives from the practitioner researcher category. Those folks looking like, and apologies as I try as gracefully as possible to pronounce names, Ulia Tarasova from the city of Roseville as a practitioner, Daniel Milan, PhD from the city of Los Angeles, Youth Development Department researcher, John Watson from San Diego County Office of Education as a practitioner, and Ellie Brucker from the Institute of College Access and Success as a researcher. So those are those 5 folks that I just mentioned. Wonderful. That's data and tools. I'd now like to take a look at community engagement. Okay, so community engagement received a total of 38 applications that the committee had to deliberate on. And again, as I just mentioned, similar to data and tools, applicants had the opportunity to self-identify, and based on that, folks were grouped into the corresponding vacancy categories. We received 6 applicants that were grouped as advocacy organization representatives, 6 applicants that were grouped as community organization representatives, 22 applicants that were grouped as practitioners, and 4 applicants that were grouped as students. Again, remembering that students was reserved for folks that disclosed that they were either in high school or college. There were an additional 5 applicants that disclosed that they were students obtaining either a graduate or doctoral degree or in an apprenticeship program. And those 5 folks were placed in community organization or practitioner. And again, all of this was based upon information that was disclosed in the application. but their student status was noted. So looking at, on the next slide here, how the committee broke this down and potential slating. Again, all of this is going before the governing board for final approval. Where the committee landed, and again, very tough work for them, lively discussion. This was a very interesting meeting. The 4 applicants that were selected, 1 advocacy representative, and that was Darrell Jones from Blue Educational Foundation, 1 community representative, and that was Lisa Countryman for Jewish Vocational Service. Excuse me, sorry, it should actually be 2, as well as Natalia Gonzalez from Riverside County Office of Education as another community individual. And Natalia did disclose that they are also a student, so that's where we see this asterisk come into play. And then in our last category, we have the practitioner category, and Scott Asseltine from the Kirk tribe is the practitioner slated, also a student being enrolled in an apprenticeship program. So the committee was very excited that we have 2 folks that are bringing both student experience as well as practitioner or community experience. And so those are the 4 folks total here. We also have 4 runners up. So that concludes my presentation here. I know that was a lot of information, but I'm happy to pause for a moment for any member questions, comments, concerns that you may have for me today. If members could, yes, please. Member Montes, please.
Hi, everyone. Marcos Montes with the Community Engagement Advisory Board. I had a question about the categories. Are those self-identified or they are assigned by the office? By
Self-identified.
Self-identified?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I was just random question about that. Thank you.
No, thank you for uplifting that and clarifying that. Yes. I would never want to impose an identity on someone else. I'll say we. But yes, it's taken from information disclosed in the application. Wonderful. Anything else? Okay, I saw 2 hands come in at the same time. I'm going to go to a data and tools member next. Member Harlick, please.
Yes, Member Harlick. Thank you for presenting this. I did review some of the applications, and I just kind of want to generally express my concern that representation on the Data and Tools Committee for early learning in particular, in the earliest part of the grade spectrum that will be in the Cradle-to-Career system, remains really underrepresented. And I hope that there'll be an opportunity to discuss this more at some point and what we might do about it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, so just uplifting again, this recommendations are not yet final. August 14th is the governing board meeting. Governing board will have the final approval is one thought there. Second thought is when we did receive feedback, I believe that that's some feedback that was obtained in March that was uplifted in the first committee meeting. And third thought here is the really great news is every year we go through this process. So every year we have a new opportunity to expand and get better. So if this year, if it's not something that's seated, ideally we'll have an opportunity next year. Thank you, Member Harlick. Member Khosravi?
Thank you, and good morning. I think it's still morning, so good morning, everyone. My question is sort of a follow-up to Member Montes's question earlier, and I think we've sort of chatted about this in our previous meeting as well, and I know this has been a continuous effort folks are looking at. But as far as the self-identified categories. So we have our categories that I think we've chatted about, is a little difficult for us to define who is a advocacy versus community organization. And so, I think it merits us looking at these a little bit more, because I can think of an organization where a staff person in it can self-identify 3 different ways within the categories that we have. They can self-identify as a researcher or an advocate or a community organization. And it's not necessarily by malice intentions. It could even be by just confusion that they are putting something that is not as accurate. I think for us to think where we going with and the vision that we had for these categories versus the alignment to what these folks are going to be able to accomplish. And I'm not saying that about any of the candidates. I think the candidates that we have selected are incredible. I'm very excited about working with every single one of these folks, but just a broader comment as we look forward. We might want to really consider if folks are self-identifying one category, can we check in with them and at least give a certain bit of a little more clarity of, well, this is what it means if you're saying you are a community category versus an advocacy category versus a practitioner versus a researcher, and maybe that will help folks have a better, clear understanding of what they actually are in for and are supposed to do when they join the board. And that goes in the second piece of it is when they join the board, I think there ought to be somewhat of a more defined contribution based on which bucket of category these folks are coming from. So if I'm coming from what have you, a community angle, then am I doing anything more specifically bringing the communities into the space and what have you? So I want to keep bringing this dialogue up, as I've also mentioned before, regarding a more coordinated effort of outreach and information. This is more on the community engagement side of the house, of course, but just wanted to uplift that.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just comment briefly and look to other C2C staff in the room, should you like to piggyback on any other thoughts here? The first thing in terms of categories, this is something that was discussed and we had talked about operationalizing, ultimately a decision that the committee had decided not to make. I do want to be very clear that applicants do not have to pick one single box. We did have a community engagement conversation in which I personally gave and shared. If you fit into 5 different boxes here, feel free to check all 5 boxes, right? Like, let your representation show. We want to know what you're affiliated with, what you're doing, and how active you are. So applicants are encouraged and not limited to a single box, if that's helpful. Background information there. And then in terms of the second thought, categories and roles, currently we don't have a specific carve out for each member in the role that you serve outside of your scope and authority. So maybe this is something that can be thought of, operationalized and implemented at a later time. Any other C2C staff wanting to chime in here? We'll move on. Please, Member Catanzarite.
Thank you, Member Catanzarite with Data and Tools Advisory. I wanted to piggyback on Member Harlick's comment and ask for clarification on what the process might be to add an early care and education person to Data and Tools this year versus waiting until next year.
Your question is why there couldn't be an early care person seated this year?
No, you indicated that there was still some flexibility, or at least that's what I heard. that there was still some flexibility in who would end up seated this year. Did I mishear that, or is it still possible to get such a person on the board this year? And if so, what would the process be?
Sure. So how our committees work are our committees convene and they make recommendations. The governing board has final approval. So the committee will provide there will be an agenda item in August. The committee will provide a presentation, the report out of their work, and then the governing board will have final approval. So yes, I can't tell you how the governing board will vote. There's 21 folks and who they'll ultimately want to seat. Generally speaking, the recommendations of the committee are taken by the governing board, but nothing is a sure thing. It's up to the governing board to make that final decision. Is that helpful information? That clarify your question?
Yes, I guess I have a follow-up. Are you at liberty to say whether there were any applicants for the Data and Tools Board from Early Care and Education?
Yes, everything's publicly available. If memory serves, there was at least one. That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant. Member Navarez.
Hi, Jackie Navarro's Community Engagement Advisory Board. I am looking at the CEAB community slating, and I see, advocacy under representative, but I don't know, are any of the individuals who are slated, did they check multiple boxes? Like, did they say, I am a practitioner as well as, advocate? Or if we know that.
That is a wonderful question, Member Navarez. You are challenging my memory from a few months back. All of the application information that we received is publicly available. If memory serves, yes, I believe that there was at least one in the 38 folks that had maybe duly selected. Yes. In which case that is where they would have to be shuffled into one or the other. What is very important for me to mention that I haven't, now that we're getting into like the next layer of detail, is that all applicant information is given to the committee. The committee reviews the entire application, all 38 applications. So it's not as if by putting them in a singular bucket that the office is, it's all public information. The committee reviews it. So if they were to check two boxes and if they were to be placed here versus there, the committee can make a choice to move folks around and ultimately seat whomever they'd like. It's just an organizational strategy to wrap our heads around the entire process, given that there's so many folks and so many moving parts. Is that helpful?
It is helpful. I think as a board member, it'd be helpful for me to know what kind of check boxes they had. So that may develop, ongoing communications with board members or, being able to, create different types of engagement if I happen to know that, they were, working in a few different worlds.
Sure. Thank you for that question. So I would look to our communications team. I believe that we've pulled down the application at this point and it's no longer live on our website, but you can correct me. An artifact of the application though could be found in your March 20th community engagement meeting materials. I believe it was agenda item 13, but again, that's my March brain. So don't hold me to that number. The other thought would be, it could be found on the April 12th committee meeting, probably agenda item 4 for community engagement. But again, draft applications are available in our artifacts from our public facing. So definitely if it's not in the application section, you'd be able to see the artifact of it. Member Navarez.
Thank you.
Sure. Also happy to shoot you those links post-meeting. Member Norris.
Yeah, thank you for this. I think I heard you say during your presentation that the committee had selected or or is proposing the slate, but that they also had alternates. Did I understand that correctly?
Runners up, yes.
And if that's the case, can that be shared with us?
Yes. Yes, we definitely can. Just to be responsive in the moment, the entire recording is up online. Meeting minutes have not yet been posted. But the folks that were potentially slated or runners up prior to the meeting, again, this is an artifact that's available from the June 27th meeting. Happy to shoot members that list of the 5 for data and tools and the 4 for community engagement after this meeting.
Thank you.
Member Rodriguez, please.
Member Rodriguez, I have one suggestion for our future meetings where we're reporting out on people who are slated. I know it says where they work, and you can assume that one that works at Riverside County Office of Education probably lives in Riverside, or that's the community they serve, but that may not always be the case with remote work locations. I would like to see that we see the community they're serving so we can assure that we have representation throughout the state of California serving on these advisory boards. Thank you.
Sure. I believe we do have that, or how I envision it. In the application, we do offer applicants to share the geographical region that they represent or work intimately with. They could choose a statewide, they can break it down by county, and there's also an other box. So that hopefully would capture the exact information that you'd like to see. Not all applicants did fill out this information. I will say our committee, to your point, was specifically interested in geographical focus this year, ensuring that we could get as much coverage within the state of California as we could. And I'm very excited that some of our slated members provide new pockets in which we didn't formerly have representation. So that's very exciting for the office. Wonderful. Any other questions, comments, or concerns from members here? If not, I'd love to wrap this agenda item up. Okay, thank you. Hearing none, let's move on to agenda item 13. So general public comment. At this time, we'll open it up to members of the public for general public comment, meaning you are not limited to the agenda item topic. You can comment generally. I'm happy to open it up to the public. Again, 2 minutes, should we not receive more than 10 commenters. Hearing that we have no commenters here in Sacramento, I would love to open it up to Zoom and our virtual folks. So anybody on the line wishing to comment, please feel free to raise your hand at this time. Fantastic. I am happy to close public comment with none being wished to be had at this time. So what I'd like to do next is talk about our lunch break. It's 12:10 at the moment. So let's return back at 12:55. I love that that was very easy math for me. So thank you all. Members, feel free to take your cameras down. Please be prompt. We will see you back at 12:55 p.m. Enjoy your short recess. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're returning from lunch at 12:59 p.m. All right, what I'd like to do at this time, thank you all for coming back. Hopefully folks enjoyed the extra couple moments. But now let's get started. We should establish a quorum, and I'd like to begin with data and tools. So calling data and tools roll, Member Anthony Jr. Member Borgen.
Present.
Member Catanzarite.
Present.
Member Chavez.
Present.
Member Connor.
Present.
Member Faust. Member Harlick.
Present.
Member Huang. Member Huff. Member Livingston.
Present.
Member Norris.
Present.
Member Orlick.
Present.
Member Owen.
Present.
Member Fong.
Present.
Member Reddy.
Present.
Member Shack.
Present.
With 12 members present, we have a quorum for data and tools. Thank you. Let's move to community engagement. Member Chang.
Present.
Member Curry Nunez.
Present.
Member Gamboa.
Present.
Member Gottlieb.
Present.
Member Jeditis.
Present.
Member Khosravi.
Present.
Member Largo.
Present.
Member Lopez.
Present.
Member Lopez Valdez.
Present.
Member Loverin. Member Montes, sorry.
Sorry, present.
Member Navarez.
Present.
Member Nguyen.
Present.
Member Rodriguez.
Present.
Member Takagi.
Present.
And Member Viveros Welton. With 14 members present for community engagement, we also have a quorum. Brilliant. Quorum having been established for both advisory boards, let's take a look at the next agenda item in front of us, which is agenda item 8. We'll have discussion, public comment on the 2025 proposed data and tools, as well as community engagement advisory board meeting dates. So before I begin my presentation, just a reminder to folks, if you could pull up the agenda item, the staff report that was drafted for this item, that would be brilliant. For members of the public following along with us, please feel free to access that on our website. I do want to draw special attention to attachment A of both staff reports. This includes a monthly breakdown of tentative meeting dates for the Governing Board, Data and Tools Advisory Board, Community Engagement Advisory Board, as well as other tentative community engagement events. So when looking into booking the 2025 board meeting dates, staff kept all of this in mind. As well as we looked at current cadence of meetings, meetings hosted by other data providers, of which we have almost a dozen, and their publicly posted meetings, holidays observed by the state of California, and religious days of observance. So while these dates are tentative, I strongly encourage members to carefully review the 2025 calendar and mark these dates on your own calendars. You'll notice there's a lot there. So first, how we're going to do this agenda item is we will begin with data and tools first, taking a look at those proposed dates. The proposed dates are mentioned on this slide before us. As I mentioned, keeping to our monthly or our current meeting structure, so potentially meeting Wednesday, March 19, Friday, July 11, that one being the joint, and then Friday, October 3rd in 2025. Next set would be the community engagement 2025 dates, Wednesday, March 26th. So these two meetings, data and tools would meet first. I believe that they're a week within each other. And then the joint meeting on the 11th, and then Friday, October 24th for the fall. So what I'd like to do first is take a look at data and tools and get a motion there. So we'll focus on data and tools. When we finish with data and tools, we'll move to community engagement. So is there a, this is the motion in front of us for data and tools, move to approve the dates as specified on the staff report. I'd love to get a motion. I'm also on the next slide, open to any member questions, comments, concerns.
Member Norris moves to approve the 2025 meeting dates as specified in the staff report.
This is Member Fong. I second the motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Member Norris, a second from Member Fong to approve the dates as specified. Thank you very much. Members, what I'd like to do now is open it up for public comment before we vote on this, or I guess I could pause again. Member questions, comments, concerns. I didn't hear any, but we did get a very quick motion. Yeah, please, Member Norris.
Just a question. The meeting on July 11th next year, this meeting is virtual. Do we know at this point if that meeting will also be virtual since it's a meeting of the two groups together?
Member Norris, that is a wonderful question. One I wish I had the answer for you all for. The office will be forthcoming with that information. Ideally, we'd love to house you all in one place. If we can logistically do that, that is currently the $1 million question in front of me. So I would love it if folks give me the latitude to leave it open and to define further. But yes, potential for it being virtual in this very similar format.
Thank you.
Brilliant, perfect. And then also just wanting to voice over that we have Member Montes who's temporary Wi-Fi issues. Thank you. So that's why you will not see them on camera. Okay, thank you, Member Norris. Any other questions, comments, concerns from folks on data and tools? Hearing and seeing none, let's go back to that public comment idea. And confirming that I have no public commenters here in Sacramento wishing to comment on this agenda item, I'm happy just to move it straight to Zoom. So folks joining us, if you want to comment on these agenda items, on this agenda item, these potential dates for data and tools, please feel free to raise your hands to indicate in some way that you'd like to make a comment. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll leave it open for one more moment. Okay, with no hands raised, let's close public comment and let's take this to a vote. So Member Anthony Jr., Member Borgen.
Aye.
Member Katem-Thorite.
Aye.
Member Chavez.
Same.
Member Connor.
Aye.
Member Faust. Member Harlech.
Aye.
Member Huang. Member Huff. Member Livingston.
Aye.
Member Norris.
Aye.
Member Orlick.
Aye.
Member Owen.
Aye.
Member Fong.
Aye.
Member Reddy.
Aye.
Member Shack.
Aye.
With 11 ayes, the motion takes it. Noting for the record, there was one abstention. Wonderful, that motion passed. So members, at this time, we are locked in on 2025 dates. So please, 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 please mark your calendars. The office will be in touch with more. Also, members of the public, if you're super interested in data and tools, count on us for those dates. And we will be in touch with locations, whether those be virtual or in person. definitely count on March in Sacramento and October in Sacramento. Wonderful. Moving on to our second motion that we have in front of us. Thank you. It's already teed up here. We're going to move to community engagement. So the motion on the table that, well, nobody's given me a motion that I'm hoping a member will give me a motion on is approval of the 2025 community engagement meeting dates as specified in the staff report. Before I get a motion, I'm happy to open it up. Should members have any questions, comments, or concerns on this? Seeing and hearing none, I'm happy to close that section off and ask for somebody to help me for motion approval here. From community engagement.
Adam Gottlieb, I so move.
Member Gottlieb, thank you. I have a motion. I'm looking for a second.
Member Khosravi, second.
Member Khosravi, thank you. I have a motion and I have a second to approve the 2025 meeting dates as specified. Thank you very much. Let's move to public comment. Again, no one here with us in Sacramento. Looking to folks on Zoom, should you want to comment, please raise your hand at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll leave it open for another moment more. Seeing no hands raised, let's close public comment. And let's take it to the vote. Member Chang.
Aye.
Member Curry Nunez.
Aye.
Member Gamboa.
Aye.
Member Gottlieb.
Aye.
Member Jediditis.
Aye.
Member Khosravi.
Aye.
Member Largo.
Aye.
Member Lopez.
Aye.
Member Lopez Valdez.
Aye.
Member Leverin. Member Montes.
Aye.
And we're back. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate your Wi-Fi. Member Navarez.
Aye.
Member Nguyen.
Aye.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Takagi.
Aye.
And Member Viveros Walton. With 14 ayes, the motion passes. Community engagement members, please mark your calendars. You have 2025 dates listed in front of you. If helpful to also voice over, the office will be sharing with applicants prior to seating and of course, once seated, these 2025 dates. So thank you very much for voting on these and giving us direction, which we will now share with the applicants. Wonderful. Thank you very much. That motion passed. Moving on to agenda item number 9. So this is a new agenda item. It's not one that we've seen in the past before, as we've never had this public proposal process. So I'm very excited to start the discussion of this and the review of the 2024 proposals received by the public. I will be the presenter for this agenda item. If we could move to the next slide. I want to refer members of the public and members to the staff report that was created. Again, this is all listed on our website. In terms of the 2024 public proposal process, just going over some of those details again, members may recall that this is the first year. I just mentioned that, spoiler alert, that we've opened this process up to the public. So this was very exciting. Hopefully you all feel as excited as the office did. Members of the public were able to submit their proposals. Data and tools, as their meeting was a little bit earlier in the year, being on March 5th, their window was slightly larger from March 19th to June 24th. And then community engagement, as they met on April 20th, slightly shorter, but public members got ample time to submit responses. So community engagement window was April 3 to June 24, as noted on this slide. I want to remind members that we do have a very lovely webpage that our communications team has created to help showcase all this new information. So please check out our advisory board proposal process webpage on the C2C website. And actually, just to ensure that everybody's seeing it, we are going to showcase it right now. So we will do a screen share in a quick moment. I just kind of want to voice over some key components of this page. I did refer to this, I believe, as early as agenda item 3. So here we are again on agenda item 9. At the very top of this page, as you see, no, you're great, continue to scroll. This first box, how to submit a proposal, that's more for our public to follow us along. As I just noted, that public process closed. The resources, which is the next button, we saw this, right? This is yours as members. If you looked here a month ago, this was catered to the public, but since we've closed that window, it's now catered to our members since we're in member proposal season. We'll be going over the proposal tracker and repository further down, but if you wanted quick links, you could hop on either of those 2 buttons. If we're scrolling down on the page, actually, let's go up a tiny bit. What we have in front of us is the proposal timing. So this is one of like the key features of this website, in my personal opinion. This is anybody who wants to follow along in our process. This is carved out so that you can. As I mentioned, we're in member proposal season. Your proposals are due on the 24th. So this walks us through that part of the process and then takes a look at what's in front of us starting in the late summer, early fall, as we kind of take a look at proposal prioritization. So timeline is there, hopefully very helpful. Let's move on to the second item that I want to highlight, which is that proposal tracker. So this proposal tracker, folks can think about it as their Amazon package tracker, right? So when you order something on Amazon, you can see where your parcel is all the way along in the entire process of it. This is very similar to that. This will go through last year, all of the proposals that were uplifted by you all as members and what happened to them in the process, how they continued along and where they ended up. So hopefully this is helpful information for folks, whether you're a new member, an older member, or anyone in the public. You have all of that information here for you, should you be, really interested in any one of these proposals. But that takes you through the 2023-24 process. The very end of this website that we'll take a look at is that repository. And this is really where this agenda item will kick into gear here. So as we mentioned, members of the public have that opportunity to submit their proposals. At this time, on June 24th, we had not received any public proposals for community engagement, which is why you'll see on the left-hand side, 0 public proposals received. On the right-hand side, we received 5 data and tools public proposals. They're all listed here. You can see who the submitter was, and then there's links to the proposal forms that the submitters filled out. Before we dig into these proposals, I do want to just talk quickly about the options in front of members, since they differ depending on which advisory board you are a part of. So for data and tools, your options look vastly different than community engagement. So let's start with you. Data and tools. Option 1 for you is that you can sponsor one of the public proposals. So that's what we see here in front of us, one of these 5 options. Option 2, and by sponsor, what you would essentially do is you would take this person's information, you would put it onto your member form and submit it, right? You can also tinker with it. So if you like the idea, but you maybe want to change some concepts of it, also an idea that you can completely take on. So that's kind of what you could do with the public proposals. If we scroll down a little bit more, you also have, this is option 2 available to you. You could take a look at the member proposals submitted from last year. So y'all turned in a total of 7, only 3 could advance. So Anthony Jr. 2 through Chavez are all 2 through 4, and Chavez are all open. So your second option is you can sponsor one of those prior year member proposals, meaning again, copy paste it, turn in your form, or you can tinker with it if you wanted to, make some amendments or adjustments to it and still submit that form. Option 3 is you just create your own idea and you fill out that form. So you have 3 distinct sets of options in front of you. Community engagement looks much different. The reason being, if we go back up a little, like a skosh, just reminding you here, no public proposals received, so that's not an option for y'all. And if we go down, if you remember last year, member Curry Nunez submitted their proposal and that lived the process. So because that proposal was already taken on, that is no longer an option for you all. So you can't take from the public, you can't take from a previous member. So you all get to be really creative and you could come up with your own ideas. That's the option in front of you. So I want to make that really, really clear for folks. Also, I know that this concept of sponsorship is new for members. So data and tools folks, I'm thinking of you and making this very clear for members of the public on the line. If a proposal from the public is not sponsored by a data and tools member, it will it will just continue to be housed in this section of the website. It doesn't continue along in the process. So a member has to sponsor it or tinker with it, but to do something with it in order for it to live on. If not, it will just remain in perpetuity here on our website. Somebody in future years might choose to adopt it. But I want to be very, very clear on that part of the process. It will not, go further than. The member needs to put that into effect. All right, so if we could just go up a tad bit looking at those public proposals. I know we've seen them a little bit, but again, we technically received a total of 4 submissions. However, you'll notice that there is a member of the public whose name is listed here twice. And that's because that 4th proposal was really technically 2 separate proposals. One related to new data and one related to practical tools. So they were carved out into 2 separate proposals, as that's how a member would submit it. So I wanted to showcase these. Everything's live. I would encourage members to utilize this next deliberation time to talk through any of these public proposals that we've received. Again, community engagement, that looks and feels a little bit different for you. So if folks are generally mulling on anything, this is think of this as your ideation space. And I'm hoping that we can open up. So sorry. If we could go back to the slide deck. What I'd like to do, or actually this is perfect. We could open it up for member deliberation. And I'm thinking that we have about 20 minutes here. Let's see how that goes. Should members want to, this is your space, feel free to raise your hand and kind of talk, ideate, deliberate proposals. This is your space and time. So I will hand it over to you all now. I saw member Gamboa's hand up first. So do we want to start with you?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mary Kay. Member Gamboa here. I see we have bilingual translation as part of the services of what we're providing today, but I don't see a bilingual submission option on the website. So are we doing that for the general public so that we become more inclusive of the state? I know it does take on a lot more responsibility and a lot more work, but if we're going to try to do, a true reflection of the community, I would like to see that there be an option to at least submit something in a different language if possible. The other comment or question is, if a community member's proposal is not picked up or sponsored by somebody, do they go back and resubmit each year if they want it to be elevated, or is there a way for them to be flagged? Or is there a way to give them and provide them feedback so that it becomes something that, if they're passionate about, does get picked up and noticed? Thank you.
Sure. I'm happy for folks on our comms team to jump in on member Gamboa's first question. I'm also happy to address your second question first. So that is a good question. How this process would work is the website would house the information. Should a member of the public want to submit that, a proposal every year, they can. Should they want to kind of slightly modify it every year, they can. In terms of feedback given, really, in terms of how this process works, it's on members, right? So if you all want to sponsor that, you can. There's not much feedback the office could give in terms of what the proposal could do to be better, because I can't speak for members. I don't know why you would choose to adopt or not to adopt said proposal, if that makes sense. So there's not much interfacing the office can do with the public in that sense, but public members, yes, this option would be afforded to them every year. And should they want to submit the same proposal every year, that's completely within their realm of opportunity. Helpful?
I just want to jump in and acknowledge your comment, Member Gamboa. We made the application process available in Spanish this year. And so as we have talked about, this is a good time for community engagement advisory board members, all advisory board members really, to continue to champion the things that y'all really care about and we are continuing to improve. And so I take that to heart, and we will make sure that that's available next year.
Thank you all.
Perfect. Sorry, I'm taking notes. Please, Member Navarez.
Hi, Jackie Navarez, Community Engagement Advisory Board. I just had a quick question. I know that Data and Tools has a lot to flesh out, and we only had, you said we only have 15 minutes. Is that for all this conversation? I just was thinking.
Yes, ideally, but we can see where the conversation leads us, and I can try and be as flexible as possible. And we'll also see how chatty our Data and Tools members are. Wonderful. Thank you. Member Orlick, please.
Yeah, and you can let me know if it's not the appropriate time and place to say it, but today is my last meeting, but I do want to just advocate for someone, if it can't be me, then someone else to pick up the proposal from Ed Trust West and Californians Together. And as a side note, I wonder if C2C data team can speak to some of these data points that are kind of new in terms of legislation and availability, and what plans there are to incorporate those over time. I think I have a similar type of proposal last year with some data points that were new to CDE, that I just wanted to make sure we're part of the model moving forward.
Sure. Thank you, Member Orlick. Speaking to that, that is a very good reminder. So all of our seated members at this time, you are eligible for turning in proposals. If you are one of our 9 members that will be falling off in the fall, you would just come back and join us for that fall meeting to, should your proposal be uplifted as one of our top 3, you'll be invited with us to come and present. So hopefully that's helpful. So should you like to sponsor that proposal yourself, feel more than free to. Thought number 2, I did receive a question from a member regarding sponsorship and how that would look like for the presentation piece. So just kind of voicing that over to normalize this thought while we're all together and the public is on the line. The governance manual does specify that the member presents their proposal to your fellow advisory board members and the public. So the presentation would be given by the member, whomever, regardless of if you sponsor it or it's your own idea. So the presentation would be done by the member. I do want to share that the governance manual also provides public comment space twice during that agenda item. So the public could comment at 2 different sections of the proposal process. So if you were to take on a sponsor a public proposal, that individual or individuals could join us and comment up to 2 times on that agenda item. So that's how it would kind of roll out, and hopefully that's helpful information for you all as you are thinking through this. Member Orlick, I believe you maybe had some questions for the C2C staff relating to data. So I'll look to my collaborators on the line should any folks be able to answer the question.
Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs. I'm happy to start and then turn it over to either David or Liberty if they've got more to add. But ultimately, so I'm looking at the proposal from the public on this, and this is member like this is the one about the English learner related variables. Yeah. Okay. So ultimately, if this moves forward for a feasibility study, that's really the best place to look at these. I could just say at a high level that we have the data system has a variable for English learners. That variable comes from the California Department of Education. The way it exists in our data system is a yes/no, so it's a Boolean variable. And looking at the file spec, that appears to be the extent of the detail for that. So that's what I can say about what's in the system right now. Liberty and David, and if there's anything more to add, or if I have that incorrect, please jump in and say so.
I think the only thing I'd add is that we've taken these concerns to heart and the form and the process. That so when we get to the feasibility stage, that we've taken some time to make sure that there's clarity on what specific data points are being asked for and ensure that we have put in some steps to help clarify both on our end as well as in the submission form itself, what data points are already in the system so that we can streamline the process.
Thank you. That was helpful. Member Reddy, I see your hand raised, please.
Thank you. So I think it's actually in the same vein or in the same lane, I guess, is around these. Like if these had been, my understanding from the proposal is that there is a new element, right, that is mandated by some legislation. But my sense is if this element had been in CDE's possession when the MOU was originally signed, it would probably be part of what was included in that big MOU, right? And so I do kind of wonder, generally process-wise, something to surface as we're continuing to think about this process. Is there a way to fast track into the C2C things that, you know, are legislatively mandated that might reasonably have been included at the time of the MOU, that type of thing? So that's just something that's on my mind. Because to me, I think I agree with Member Orlick, that feels like a bread and butter thing that we should be doing or including or surfacing into the data set. And so I wonder if it, you know, has to be one of the three that we get to advance or whatever it is. I think my second question is, I know we have subsequent to this agenda item, the discussion about the ad hoc committees, but I think one thing is just would be helpful is to clarify the goal of this discussion, because we're going to come back to these in the fall with the recommendations of the ad hoc committee. So is this the time to voice kind of general concerns or plus minuses on all of them? Or kind of, right? Yeah. Could you just clarify the goal of the conversation here, please?
Yeah, sure. Brilliant. Thank you, Member Reddy. And apologies if I was not clear. So this, again, a new agenda item. It's something that I believe Member Huff, you had asked for last fall, just like a space for you all to discuss proposal ideas. And so since we had this new public process, we just tied it in here. So the goal is synergy, communication, collaboration. I suppose that's my goal. Your goal as a member might look and feel different. So this is just kind of your time to talk to each other. And maybe if you're thinking about different ideas or if you have ideas about what the public put in, that's the thought there. So it's really just open discussion. To the next question or point, The ad hoc committee, which is what we'll be talking about next, should you all choose to convene the ad hoc committee, they'll prioritize all the proposals that we receive. So should you like to take this time to talk about strengths and weaknesses of the public proposals received? I mean, do with your time as you wish, if that is aligned with your goals and how you see it. If a proposal, and let me be clear too here about the connections of the process, if a public proposal is not uplifted by a member, it will never be discussed in a public forum. Like it would not be brought up by the ad hoc committee because it didn't continue on in the process. So hopefully that's helpful. But if it's not, please ask me more questions. I'm not hearing follow-up questions, but I did see, I do see two other hands raised. I saw Member Borgen, your hand first, then we'll go to Member Catinzarite, please.
Yeah, thank you. One question I'm noticing and kind of to that vein, I guess, is let's start discussing. And one of the proposals submitted by Sharon Harvey specifically talks about some data tools and resources, not necessarily data sets. I'm just curious, is that the MO of these proposal forms to actually submit actual tools that are already developed by organizations? And I'm curious to hear other folks and staff's feasibility towards this actually going to a feasibility study in practice.
For data programs, I'm looking at you if you'd want to take a first.
Yeah, I can start with that one. So I think if I remember correctly, that proposal was categorized as an operational tools one, so it fits into that one. We've not had one like that before, but my first thought is it makes sense to put it in that category. And then for feasibility, my instinct is that we would treat it the way we would any other in the process, that if that's one that gets move forward through a vote for us to assess the feasibility of, then we would apply the same thinking and procedures to both clarify what's being asked for there and then do the analysis on the feasibility.
Helpful, thank you. Okay, if no other additional questions from Borgen, we'll move on to Member Catanzarite, please.
Thank you, Member Catanzarite from Data and Tools. I just wanted to follow up on the question around purpose of this discussion versus ad hoc and the fall meeting. So my understanding is that we can discuss the proposals provided by members of the public or last year's proposals right now. This is a space to discuss those. The ad hoc committee would be a space to discuss new proposals advanced by committee members as well as those. But our fall meeting, there won't be a space. We will still be voting prior to the fall meeting. Is that correct?
Let me see if I can be more clear. Almost. So right now, y'all can talk about any ideas, public proposals, former member proposals, you name it. Come an an ad hoc meeting, should it convene, that will be limited to anything that a member has put forward in the process. So will only be those member proposals with a specific view of prioritizing those proposals to come out with the top 3 to write the report. So if a public proposal was not advanced, you would not be talking about it. This is the place to talk about that. In fall, you would, whatever 3 proposals are advanced, those 3 proposals will be presented, and then members will determine if it should be advanced for a feasibility study. So today is a very open conversation. Ad hoc committee is very limited conversation in terms of what members turn in. And then fall is what members prioritize as the top 3. Only those 3 proposals are what will be discussed. Are those helpful guardrails?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, brilliant. Member Norris, please.
Sorry, one last clarification. I apologize if you already made this clear and I just missed it. For the prior year proposals, I think Anthony 2 through Chavez, do they also need to be resubmitted by a current member of the advisory board for just if we go forward with the ad hoc group, or will the ad hoc group, if it exists, take them up just because they were submitted by a prior board member?
Sure. So just making something very clear. Whatever a member submits is what will be discussed by the ad hoc committee. So even though Chavez, Anthony 2, 3, and 4 were submitted last year, if one of the data and tools members do not resubmit that proposal this year, it will not be up for discussion. Therefore, the ad hoc committee would not be discussing it. So if a member takes on the Chavez proposal, submits it on time, it will be discussed. If it's not, it will not be. That's when the ad hoc would discuss it and when y'all could later vote on it. That was half of your question. What was the other half? Please remind me.
No, that's it.
Okay.
That got everything. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. So the key here is a member needs to uplift it. And a member this year, right? And yes, a member would need, I like the word need, a member would need to uplift it for it to continue to live out the process and the cycle. Okay, brilliant. I saw member Shack next, please.
Thank you, Oliver Shack speaking. Yeah, I'm just gonna sort of sum up. So I think a lot of this discussion is kind of like, what do we want to lift up? What do we want to sponsor from those sort of 3 buckets that are available to us? And I think I've heard some interest in the multilingual proposal from Education Trust or Education Trust West. And I'd probably agree with that. I don't know if I have any real pressing interest in the other public proposals, but I would love to hear, just to throw it out there, if there's sort of other proposals that have been made or ones from last year that people would like to see sponsored and advanced.
Wonderful. Thank you for that invitation to your fellow members. I did, honestly, I don't know who is next, Member Borgen or Member Montes. Can we go with Member Montes, please? Because Borgen, you've spoken before.
Sure. Thank you for that. Yeah, Member Montes from Community Engagement Advisory Board here. I'm gonna deviate a little bit from data and tools and all those proposals and just address, right, community engagement doesn't have any public proposals. We haven't submitted any member proposals, so definitely there's an opportunity for us to step up here. I did want to get a little bit of clarification from staff about I could probably attribute that there's no proposals from the community engagement for various reasons. One of them being where we are at right now with the launch of the Cradle-to-Career. It makes more sense for data and tools to have more proposals because it's developing that versus community engagement. There's still not a product there where we can engage the community in just yet. But I did want to check in, like, what role does staff play in the proposals, right? All of you are much more familiar with the work and sort of what are the needs and wants of the Cradle-to-Career data system when it comes to community engagement. So I wonder if there's a way for us, the Community Engagement Advisory Board, to tap into some of ideas that staff may have, the ideas that staff have about proposals. Those have to go through this proposal process, or because they're coming from staff, they can be there's other routes for y'all. And if there's not, like, again, how can some of the advisory members potentially take some of your ideas and develop them into proposals?
I see Shannon Serrato has maybe thoughts for us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you, Member Montes. I really do appreciate that. First, I do want to acknowledge that we as a staff have fielded questions, emails, phone calls from members of the public who were considering submitting community engagement proposals this year. Some focused on family engagement, very specific ideas were floated. However, none of those materialized. So, we can't do anything about that, but I think we always are looking for feedback on ways that we can streamline this process. Separately, as I've touched upon, I'm one person and one thought, but as I mentioned earlier, Member Navarez, the ways that she's been thinking about outreach and engagement would be really helpful to operationalize. Again, we are a super small team, so being able to prioritize this work and being able to embed it in our work plan and timeline would be super helpful as far as how we can prioritize and allocate resources. And so teasing some of that work out would be helpful. Separately, Member Gamboa has mentioned several times about language accessibility, translation services, those kinds of things. And so being able to operationalize some of that work, not only making sure that things are translated, but being able to build out style guides, making sure that we are doing routine language surveys. We do those quite often, but being able to have a systematized, fully embedded plan would be quite helpful for the office as far as direction. So again, those are two thoughts, but stem from things that have come up from you all as advisory board members. And so I think that there's some work to do. I know that it's very broad, and there's a lot of things that can fall under the purview of community engagement. But just noting that we have had some bites of that apple, and I would be definitely curious to think about how we might be able to tease that work out a little bit more, especially as we think about going into the next season.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Member Morgan, please.
Yeah, two comments. One, I think it might have been more appropriate to have the ad hoc committee conversation and action item first, just to know what the next direction of this committee would be, knowing if we actually going to come to a smaller group to discuss, or if it's going to go straight to a vote. And that might help and guide this discussion, determining what the voice of this advisory board is on the data and tools side anyway. So it's just something to think about as far as the ad hoc approach, because we're not even sure if we're going to have an ad hoc committee in further discussion yet, as we have our initial discussion right now. So just something to consideration. Secondarily, one thing I want to push forward is the idea of, and this is just a conversation for the data and tools committee, if it's viable or not, is the state just recently released the digital equity plan in California, and tying digital equity and the work the CPUC have done around internet connectivity, families who have internet connection, and towards student success, and tying the two together into the C2C advisory board. So I would love to see the addition of digital access and equity into C2C. And so I'm curious to hear other board members' thoughts around that.
Thank you. Wanting to confirm I'm hearing you right, your thought would be if convening the ad hoc committee for the proposals earlier in the year, and then having that committee then take a look at the public proposals and then prioritize those public proposals to present at this meeting, the prioritization of the public proposals for your fellow members. Did I understand correctly?
Actually, that's a great idea, but even have that agenda item prior to this conversation, I think would have been nice to know if we're having ad hoc, because we're not even sure if the ad hoc committee is going to be acted upon or not from this. And so this might be our only discussion as a group, or it might be a smaller group that does form an ad hoc committee that goes further in deeper conversation. But I think even taking that consideration is having if the ad hoc committee does occur, the ad hoc committee would meet prior to this to discuss some of these proposals initially and report out for further discussion.
Okay, sure. Something we could think about for 2025, I think because of our meeting cadence, and we go from March to July with the proposal season, public proposal season embedded in there. I don't know how we can, anyway, just operationalizing and trying to implement on the spot, giving you my raw feedback. I don't know the feasibility of that idea, but heard. Thank you. Moving on to Member Chavez, please. We can't hear you.
Hi, this is Member Chavez, Lisa Chavez. First of all, I just want to say today's my last meeting. It's been wonderful working with you all. And I have to log off in 1 minute to attend a meeting that I couldn't get out of. So this is my goodbye. But I do want to recommend that someone on the board take a look at the proposal that I submitted last year. I'm still really excited about it. Just in full transparency, I did work with a set of advocacy organizations to pull together that proposal. And because of that process, I'm so glad now we have a process, right? To have for members of the public to submit. And the idea is now it's very transparent. Members can take it up and make a decision to move it forward. What I kind of did it in the back way, and I'm still really excited about it. And so I really hope that my fellow members take a look at it and consider it. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Also, again, reminder, members within your toolbox, even if you're falling off, you could uplift your own proposal again next year. Thank you very much, Member Chavez, who I believe will be going off camera shortly. There were invitations from Member Shack and Member Borgen with specific questions for data and tools folks. If we want to take any of those comments, just reminding folks that those were put out there. Member Catanzarite, please.
Yeah, Member Catanzarite from Data and Tools. Just wanted to respond to Member Borgen's comment. I think that you've got a great idea, and I think what needs to happen is a proposal with specific metrics that we might add around digital equity. And I'd be happy to talk further about that.
All right, members. Well, we did, Member Navarro's maybe has a crystal ball. This time was extended on this agenda item, so it was a wonderful discussion. If anybody has any last minute questions, comments, concerns, I'm happy to field those, but I'm hearing a slight lull in the conversation, so happy to keep us moving here. Fabulous. All right. That being said, let's move on to our next agenda item, which is exactly that. Discussion of those ad hoc committees. We're gonna see this for community engagement next, but this agenda item is specifically focused on data and tools. This is agenda item 10. So we're gonna have discussion, public comment, and possible action on the formation of an ad hoc committee to the Data and Tools Advisory Board proposal process. So I'll be taking us through this next agenda item. There's a staff report again that was created for it. I will point folks to that attachment A charter. That's very important to the scope and relevance of this item. So members, hopefully you're well acquainted with it. For those of you that are joining us, this can be found on our website. So let's hop into it without further ado. Wonderful. So should members determine if an ad hoc committee for proposal prioritization should convene, the ad hoc committee would be tasked with drafting a report noting the top 3 proposals that the ad hoc committee consider to be priorities, along with the reasoning for selection. In order for this committee to convene, there are 2 requirements. The first, there must be more than 3 proposals submitted. So last year, y'all hit this mark very easily. You had 7. So if we keep on that same trajectory, we're fine. But you have to have 3 proposals. If you have any less than 3, 2 or 1, they would just simply advance and a committee wouldn't be needed to prioritize. 2, I need to have at least 3 volunteers to serve on this committee, meaning 3 data and tools members. Obviously, 1 is not a committee, 2, there could be a tie. So I need 3 volunteers. And without those 3 volunteers, we can't convene the committee. So please keep those requirements very close to the front of your mind as we're deliberating this matter. Ideally, this committee would consist of up to 5 data and tools members. Again, I know that we're super focused on folks that are falling off the committee. You are still a seated individual, so please feel free to join us and sign up for this committee. You are still a member. These members would convene publicly, and the committee would be charged with writing up a report with the recommended prioritization of the proposal forms received by members. The report would be due and posted on the C2C website at least 1 week prior to the pre-meeting survey. Again, members wouldn't have to vote in accordance with the prioritization of the committee. It's just another tool in your toolbox. This is something that came from a data and tools member. I believe it was member Borgen last year, a suggestion. So we're trying to implement it this year. Please note, again, yes, if you're falling off, you're eligible. So what I want to look at now is kind of how this committee would convene and how the work would align with timelines. So let's talk about this color coding system. Orange is obviously today's meeting. Green will indicate ad hoc committee meetings, and then blue is your deadline, that deadline for that report, should it convene. So today, the 10th, we're here. This is the first vote. Y'all will establish it or choose not to. And again, hoping up to 5 volunteers on July 31st. So this is a predetermined date. The office did have to take a look at it to just kind of get scheduling down. Ad hoc committee members will convene in a public meeting, and I want to be clear about what will happen here. Y'all will publicly discuss the recommendations received from members, and you'll prioritize your top 3 and give the reasoning in this first public meeting. So you will have to be discussing strengths and weaknesses of proposals in a very public setting, and ideally within a 2-hour or less window, have that top 3 and reasoning. Because there's not enough time to draft a report in this meeting, 1 to 2 members would have to be tasked with the offline homework to write the report. Now, y'all would have already deliberated that reasoning. Y'all would have come up with that rationale. But I just want to remind you all that whomever those 2 folks are, those volunteers, they would be the ones responsible for writing that report. The office will not write the report for you. I know that I've highlighted in the past that this is a labor of love that you'd be doing for your fellow data and tools members. It's a lot of work. Now let's take a look at August. So that's meeting 1 and then the work done offline. August. You would next convene, so you would get from the 31st to the 20th to write that report. So hopefully that's ample time. The committee would convene again and then approve that report. Ideally, approval of the report should be very straightforward, again, because all of the information was taken from that public meeting. And it's things that you discussed and agreed upon already. So you would approve that report, hopefully just finish that meeting quickly and lovely, and then provide that approved report to the office. And then on the 23rd, that's when the C2C office would make that report live on our website, so that when members do the pre-meeting survey, they could, peruse the report as they're taking a look at all the proposals and the rubric to make their own prioritization. So that's the outlook, that's responsibilities, that's timeline. Our next slide here refers to the motion. So a potential motion could look like moving to approve the ad hoc committee charter, designating up to 5 DTAB members to form this ad hoc committee, and authorize the ad hoc committee to prioritize the top 3 proposals in a written report to provide a resource to the DTAB members to aid in the prioritization process members perform individually. So I voiced a potential motion over right now. We've already gone over this. I've gone over the 2 specific criteria for this ad hoc committee. Again, needing more than 3 proposals. What I do want to make very clear here for members is we are looking for those volunteers. So if members want to volunteer for that committee, you can tell me now. That's totally kosher. What I will say is if y'all vote to convene the committee, but if I don't receive 3 volunteers by Monday, July 15th, which is in 5 days, this committee cannot convene because I will not have the members to convene the committee. I'm going to pause there. because I know I gave you a lot of information. Should a committee not be convened, it's not the end of the world. Y'all will just live out the process exactly how you did last year. So this is really a question for members, and this is where I'd like it to open it up for member deliberation, questions, comments, concerns. And looking to my data and tools members to raise your hand should you want to share anything at this time. I saw member Owen's hand first, please.
Member Owen here. Can you share the date in August again?
Yes.
And when you said a public meeting, does that mean in Sacramento? I might have missed that. I apologize.
It could be virtual.
Okay.
I'm looking at legal to correct me. It could be virtual. Ideally, yes, we'd have Sacramento would be the hub. Public could come to us, but our members could all be virtual.
But those virtual locations are going to have to be noticed for that because it's an ad hoc committee, not an advisory committee.
Very true. That is a very good point. So saying that again, if you were a member of this committee, you would not want to take this meeting in your home. It would have to be in a public location, and your location would be noticed on the website. So good call. Thank you for that. August 20th would be the second meeting. So meeting 1, July 31st, meeting 2, August 20th. I believe both of these are specified in that attachment A charter. Thank you, member Owen. Okay, member Borgen.
Jason Borgen, DTAB. The voting process, the ranked voting, would that still happen after the fact, or would this replace that?
No, supplement to, never a replacement. All members will cast individual prioritization. So this is to give the data and tools folks an additional research source to consult, but no, members complete their own prioritization.
And then that will direct actually what gets on the fall advisory committee meeting, correct?
That's correct. So if we receive 5 proposals and if all 16 members vote for proposal A, B, and C as top 3 choices across the board, those 3 are what will advance to the fall meeting. And then the other 2 would stay in the repository.
I see.
Same as you saw last year.
So the report would be kind of a narrative to guide some support and structure to the ad hoc committee, but ultimately the voting would raise high as far as what's going to actually direct what's on the 3 proposals are. That's
100%. Yes. The ad hoc committee report is a recommendation, merely that. Individual members cast their individual votes and y'all decide. Helpful clarification. Thank you. Member Owen.
Apologies. I need to take that down.
Oh, okay. Brilliant. Okay, yes, legal just reminded me of maybe some more thoughts regarding this committee. If we did have, we would need to have a majority in person for this committee.
We can't go back to the old rules though, if we want to.
Okay, or at least one member present.
There would have to be somebody present at each teleconference location. The old rules would allow everybody to be at another location, but it would have to be noticed on the agenda. So
Okay,
there are options available.
thank you for that.
Yeah, just trying to make sure I did it clear.
Okay. Hopefully all of this was helpful. I am not seeing or hearing any other movement, so I'm happy to open it up for a motion. But I want to remind folks that it's within your power to not make a motion to. So it's your decision, data and tools. If somebody would like to make a motion on this to convene that ad hoc, feel free to make that motion. If members would like to volunteer for the ad hoc, this is also a wonderful place to do it.
Jason Borgen, DTAB, I move to approve the ad hoc committee charter, designate up to 5 DTAB members to form an ad hoc committee, and authorize the ad hoc committee to prioritize 3 top proposals in a written report to provide as a resource to DTAB members to aid the prioritization process members perform individually. And I'm happy to serve on that ad hoc committee.
Thank you. I have a motion from Borgen, and we have 1 volunteer for the committee.
This is Member Fong, DTAB. I'll second the motion.
Brilliant, thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second. So that means that we can take it to vote. I am leaving space should any other member bravely like to offer their volunteer themselves for the committee. Hearing no other volunteers, that's okay. I will just highlight one more time. If I don't get 3 volunteers by Monday, the committee will not convene. But that's fine. That's a Monday issue. So let's open it up for public comment at this time. With a motion second on the floor, we have nobody here in Sacramento. We'll take it to Zoom. Anybody on the line or public commenters, should you like to comment on this item, please feel free to raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised. I'll give you another moment. Okay, seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment. Again, we have a motion to convene the ad hoc committee made by Member Borgen, a second by Member Fong. For the clarity of the record, we'll now take it to a roll call vote. We're going to need 9 ayes for this to pass. Member Anthony Jr. Member Borgen.
Aye.
Member Catanzarite.
Aye.
Member Chavez. Member Connor.
Aye.
Member Faust. Member Harlick.
Aye.
Member Huang. Member Huff. Member Livingston.
Aye.
Member Norris.
Aye.
Member Orlick.
Aye.
Member Owen.
Aye.
Member Fong.
Aye.
Member Reddy.
Aye.
Member Shack.
Aye.
Okay, with 11 ayes, the motion passes. So congratulations, y'all will potentially convene an ad hoc committee. I will state those 2 requirements one more time. I need 2, actually I got 1. I need 2 more member volunteers by Monday, and then look to data and tools members to turn in at least 3 proposals. Brilliant. I see some smiles, so I think we're clear.
So Mary Ann just asked me a question remotely that because this is an ad hoc committee to an advisory board, the rule about requiring people to be in one location may not apply because it's an ad hoc to an advisory board and not to a regular board.
Governing.
So it could very well be that the participants could participate remotely and not have their locations noticed on the agenda.
Wonderful. So legal will
We'll
guide
close
us
the
through
loop on that,
this
yeah.
process together. Thank you all. But again, needing those 2 requirements filled. Fabulous. Okay. I've made my point. I would love to move on to the next agenda item, which is now community engagement. Y'all have your same opportunity to see if you want to form the ad hoc committee. Hopefully we have heard enough through the data and tools advisory board item on the ad hoc committee that this one could be maybe a little bit more straightforward because maybe you've gotten your questions answered. But let's go to agenda item 11. Again, community engagement with our focus and in terms of whether they're going to form that ad hoc committee for the proposal process. So again, staff report online, please refer to it. Attachment A is bread and butter for this agenda item. Members of the public, that's online for you. If you take a look at this next slide, it provides a copy of that charter. And again, so the committee work would be exactly the same as data and tools. So y'all would meet, prioritize those proposals. Again, I need 3 members. I need 3 proposals. In this public session, you talk about strengths, weaknesses, deliberate on a top 3, provide that rationale. Again, this is, I feel like, where our rubric, I did not say this for data and tools, but that rubric that y'all considered in March for each advisory board separately, I think it's where it will really shine because you'll have your, you can base voting off of this, you can provide reasoning based off of that. So our rubric will be our friend through this process. So great, I think we've gone over this charter. Let's take a look at what dates and timing look like for community engagement as it's a little bit different. July, that's today. You all will decide, do you want to convene this ad hoc committee? Next, August. This will be meeting 1. So y'all will meet on August 22nd, again, for that first committee meeting to do that heavy lifting, deliberating, and then assigning 1 to 2 members offline to draft that staff report, that ad hoc committee report, since the staff will not be drafting that for you. Meeting 2 will take place on Wednesday, the 4th of September, after that nice long weekend. And then posting will need to happen on the 6th of September before members get their pre-meeting survey so that they could have that tool in their toolbox for prioritization. Brilliant. Okay, our next slide here again is taking a look at the motion, very similar language to what we've just seen. I'm looking for a motion to approve the ad hoc committee charter, designate up to 5 CEAB members to form that ad hoc committee, and authorize the ad hoc committee to prioritize 3 top proposals in a written report to provide as a resource to CEAB members to aid in the prioritization process members perform individually. Fantastic. I will give the same reminder for you all. The office will happily put into place all the resources needed to make this committee happen. But if I do not receive those 3 volunteers by Monday the 15th, I'm going to say it again, the committee cannot convene. Also, if we don't get more than 3 proposals, the committee will not convene. So differently from data and tools, y'all got 1 last year. So looking to members to turn in proposals to make this ad hoc committee happen. That being said, let's turn to CEAB members, please. The floor is yours. Any questions, comments, concerns, volunteers? I see Member Gottlieb. Please kick us off.
Thank you. Just a request maybe as legal is looking into whether or not we would have to meet in person for these meetings. I'd be curious if they can also look into if it does have to be in person in a public place, if the same kind of excuse me, I want to call it, it's not a financial incentive, like reimbursement for like going up to Sacramento or something of the sort would be available for any in SoCal, and because I mean that could make it easier for folks to actually get together as opposed to having everyone in 3 volunteers to happen to be in a small location.
Sure. Yes. Travel expense claims could be submitted. You're doing the work of the advisory board. You'd be compensated for it.
Okay. And on the issue of where to convene, now that the question was asked of me and I've thought about it, like I said, this is an ad hoc committee to an advisory board, the advisory board can meet as we're meeting this way. There's no reason why an ad hoc committee would have to have more stringent meeting requirements. So I'm pretty comfortable with the idea that you could do the meetings for the ad hoc committee remotely in the same fashion as we've done this meeting.
Thank you.
Member Gamboa, please.
Thank you, Member Lorenzo Gamboa. Just to add, I guess, for future reference, is your deadline 8 a.m., 12 p.m., midnight Pacific Standard Time, just to make it clear?
Yes, generally speaking, 5 p.m. As engagement team, if you could correct me if the our advisory board proposal webpage does say 5 p.m. If the 5 p.m. hasn't been specified, by 11:59, so that you're within that workday. But yes, Member Gamboa, you may have gotten me on the technicality there, so please push it. Brilliant. All right, anyone else? As a reminder, I'm looking for volunteers or a motion as well. Oh, please, Member Khosravi, please.
Thank you, Member Khosravi. I'm happy to volunteer for this. Just wanted to share that.
We have one volunteer. 2 more to go, please. Thank you.
Member Takagi, I can motion to approve the Ad Hoc committee and will volunteer as well.
Member Khosravi seconding Member Takagi's motion.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. You all are too fast for me. Please give me 1 second here. The motion was from Member Takagi. And to approve the ad hoc committee, thank you. And then the second was from Member Khosravi. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, and then apologies, Member Takagi, did you also volunteer yourself?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. All right, I didn't make that up. It was not meant to be a nudge, but it could have been. Okay. All right, we have 2 volunteers. Okay. And then I see Member Gamboa, I see your hand raised. Please.
Member Gamboa, to finalize the committee, then yes, I will round it out for 3.
Okay, we don't have to stop there. We can accept up to 5, but you have met your minimum requirement, one of your 2 minimum requirements. And Gamboa, thank you. 3 members for volunteering. Please, Member Khosravi, please.
Apologies. So I should have asked this before volunteering, just as a clarification point. Member Khosravi, just as a clarification point, for those folks who are volunteering on the committee, are we also able to submit proposals, or do we need to? Okay, cool. Just double checking. We don't need to. Yeah.
And then in a public forum, you get to talk about your own proposal. Yes.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks.
Perfect.
Also, just wanted to flag, Mary Kate, that currently the proposal page does not include the time, but we will make sure to update that by today. The time they need to submit the proposal by.
That's okay. I feel like Member Gamboa pointing this out. So we could update it to 11:59 p.m. on July 24th. Hopefully that helps you, Member Gamboa. Fabulous. Okay, 3 volunteers. Reminder here, we'll need more than 3 proposals for the committee to convene. I'm seeing shaking heads. We're all very clear on this. Let's take this to public comment with my motion and my second. So folks following us along, if you want to comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time. I'll give it another moment. Okay, seeing no change. Seeing no change. Happy to close public comment here. Let's take it to a vote. So, Member Chang.
Aye.
Member Curry Nunez.
Aye.
Member Gamboa.
Aye.
Member Gottlieb.
Aye.
Member Jediditis.
Aye.
Member Khosravi,
Aye.
Member Largo,
Aye.
Member Lopez,
Aye.
Member Lopez Valdez,
Aye.
Member Leverin, Member Montes.
Aye.
That was an aye.
Yes.
Apologies, thank you. Member Navarez,
Aye.
Member Nguyen,
Aye.
Member Rodriguez,
Aye.
Member Takagi,
Aye.
and Member Viveros Walton. With 14 ayes, the motion passes. Congratulations, you two have formed an ad hoc committee. Okay, recapping for both of you, should members want to volunteer, still reach out to me. The committee hasn't been fully formed. I'll send an additional email about that to wrap that up. But mark your dates, mark your calendars with those dates if you did volunteer with us today. The next item in front of us, I believe is actually a quick break. Brilliant, lovely, as reflected in the slide. Thank you so much. So please come back at 2:26 to keep things moving. We will have about an hour left of the meeting, so please be punctual. Thank you very much, members. And wonderful reminder. Just voicing over quickly what was just said. We are resuming back in session at 2:28 p.m. This is the last leg here. So we're going to move on to agenda item 12, which is the discussion on user-centered design. So I'd love to invite Ryan Estrellado, our Director of Data Programs, to present this agenda item for us here.
Thank you. Hi again, everybody. Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs. I'd like to refer members to the staff report for this agenda item. And if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the CTC website. And also, I'd like to thank our research data specialists, Elizabeth Parati and Emily Schneider, who were project owners on this agenda item and prepared it for me to share with you today. So next slide, we'll talk about our goal for this item. There's a couple of them, a few of them. The first is to discuss user-centered design, our interpretation of it, and the way that it plays out practically here at the office and our processes. As a reminder, the office is charged in statute to use user-centered design to create our public-facing tools. And during this agenda item, we will provide the board with an overview on what user-centered design is, how the office uses it. And then at the end, we'll finish up with a participatory feedback session on the data story that the team has been working on for the student pathway dashboard. Next slide, please. Okay, so first we'll start with a quick introduction to user-centered design in general. User-centered design is a widely used process. That means designing from the point of view of the intended user. It is an interactive process, meaning that we apply a variety of research and feedback practices to continually update our products to prioritize the needs of users. So contrast that with a process that is designed completely in-house with very little feedback, and then the first moment that the public sees it is on launch. We want to do the opposite of that, which is to involve many people in the process and use the continual interaction with our audience as a way to inform how we work on the tools. Next slide, please. User-centered design, generally speaking, can be broken into several steps. There are lots of different ways, if you're familiar with user-centered design or design in general. Lots of different ways that people do this, but generally speaking, they have these steps or steps that are similar to these. So research, synthesis, brainstorm, ideation, prototyping, testing, and then revisions to the prototypes. And next, on the next slide, will provide definitions and examples for each of these. So I've got a couple of tables for you to look at here while I talk through it. This first one is going to be some definitions for each of the steps, broadly speaking. And then in the next slide, I'll go through examples of what this actually looks like, practical examples for what this looks like when our team uses it. So just walking through here through the steps. The first is research, during which the designers define user and stakeholder needs, goals, and constraints. After research comes synthesis, which means finding patterns and themes across the research that was collected, and this will help designers begin to prioritize user goals and needs. Third step in the process is brainstorming, or ideating on possible solutions to address the user goals and needs. Fourth, prototyping, where the designers create mock-ups or early drafts of the products. And then testing, where the prototypes are tested as a way to pressure test the ideas, resulting in feedback from the users and stakeholders. The activity, by the way, that we'll be doing at the end of this falls into this category, prototype testing. And then finally, using the feedback that comes from the prototype testing to revise the prototypes themselves continually until the products meet the needs of the users, and ongoing until delivery date, but then continuing after initial launch. So I'll note, before we go on to the next slide, I'll just note a couple of things here that I think are important to say, which is we talk about these as steps. They're presented in order here. In reality, we go back and forth when we get stuck, for example, in prototyping with how to solve a particular problem. We may go back to the research or the synthesis. Certainly, once we get to prototyping, testing, revisions go in a cycle as many times as time allows, sometimes to just apply broad improvements and refinements, other times to solve particular problems. So it's a lot more organic and interactive than it appears in the table, but I think it's still useful to understand that all the activities more or less fall into one of these descriptions. So that's user-centered design in the abstract. Now on the next slide, I'll try to make this more practical. Okay, so what I'd like for you to do is listen to these examples and begin managing them as part of a larger design process. I would also like for you to notice if you've participated in any of these activities with us, and to begin to connect the dots between those activities and the intentionality behind where they fit into the process and what purpose they serve. So just jump right in here. This slide shows the same 6 steps, but here we provided specific examples from work on the Student Pathway Dashboard, which is our first release to be happening before the end of the calendar year. And we wanted to show this to you to illustrate how C2C implements the ideas of user-centered design, both from the beginning of the work that happened in the planning process for the research phase, but also in the ongoing work. First, for research, this can be any opportunity that we have to directly engage with the public or our stakeholders about what they want to see in our products, what problems they're seeking to solve, what's going to lead to a good experience. And so some examples of early research are the ongoing community conversations that we have, both virtually and in person. Of course, all the activities that were led by Kathy Booth during the planning process. The next one is synthesis. And an example of this is how we developed personas during the planning process to synthesize user needs. Another example is summarizing input from the planning process to formalize the student pathways dashboard description on the C2C website. If you've been to any of our community conversation events where we take ideas on Post-it notes or feedback during focus group style conversations, our team is collecting that information and then bringing it back to the office. And through the synthesis process, we uncover themes and patterns across the feedback that people give, not only in that particular event, but then also in past events. So the key is the object of the synthesis phase is to go from lots of different kinds of feedback to a narrower set of patterns uncovered across lots of different points of view. The next one, the third one, is brainstorming. This is the work that we do every day at Cradle-to-Career to come up with new visualizations, story structures, and companion materials. We then in turn hand those ideas to our designers and our other partners to make early versions of these ideas, which become the output of the next section, which is prototypes. Sometimes we call these wireframes if we're talking about visualizations themselves, though sometimes we prototype experiences or writing or other types of products. So staying with prototypes, we build them based on the ideas that come out of brainstorming. At this point, important to note that we're still thinking broadly and creatively here, expansively. The idea of a prototype is to make the idea tangible, material, and real so that we can gather around it, criticize it, understand how it needs to improve, but then also offer those up in public meetings and with our data providers to receive feedback there also. Once those prototypes are refined, we then go into a more formal state of testing. This can be internal or external. And at this point, the wireframes start to take on a higher resolution, more refined look, begin to introduce some of the interactions into the visualizations, for example, and then go through more rounds of testing and refinement. Okay, so those are the steps in the design process paired with some examples of how we use it and have used it in the development of our pathway dashboard. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the abstract and by way of description, that's sort of what the process looks like. We are now going to experience a phase of the process, which is the prototype testing phase. And we'll start the feedback session during which we'll be showing you a prototype of the data story for the student pathway dashboard. But before that, I'd like to provide what I think and hope will be useful context. The student pathway dashboard we mentioned earlier is one of several planned dashboards. So we use this term dashboard because it's the way it's referenced in the Cradle-to-Career Act. But we believe that our data partners are sharing data that represent stories of Californians, people in California. And we envision that the dashboard isn't a single visualization, but rather multiple visualizations combined with text and other media carefully sequenced to explore, for the audience to explore in a way that feels logical and natural to them. So we want our users to experience this dashboard or data story, as we often call it, as a natural, complete, cohesive exploration of the journey that a student takes in this first launch from graduating high school into post-secondary experiences, which may include college, and also may include journey into the workforce. Of course, going out into future releases as our data set expands, this dashboard will also include more K-12 experiences in early childhood. Today, we'll be asking for your feedback on this prototype, particularly on the flow of the questions in the story. And so we would like for you to focus on the question, are we presenting information and research questions in a way that is intuitive? On the next slide, we have the standard shared expectations that we use for almost all of our external prototype testing. And this is just a way that we set norms and expectations before we dive into the prototype itself. So I'll just go through these. First point to make is that this is our best guess for the student pathways data story at present. It's an opportunity for us to learn from you and get feedback on what is working and what isn't working. Importantly, I want to emphasize that this simplified wireframe for the data story uses mostly placeholder visuals and text. You'll see one visualization, the top one, which is in a fairly advanced stage and that we've been floating around publicly for feedback. But the rest will be placeholder visualizations because the visualizations that will eventually be there are currently under development at an earlier stage of prototyping, but they are being worked on. And we'd like for you to focus less on the visualizations and more on the questions and overall flow of the headings. This is not the final visual design for the dashboard. This does not contain final data or final visualizations, and it's also not interactive because for now we just need input and your focus on the high level order of the questions. In particular, the sequencing of the questions, the phrasing of the question headers, and again, similarly, don't worry about the small text or the graphs for now because those are still evolving. I want to say really quickly that one of the things that I really love working at Cradle-to-Career is we all are learning and helping each other learn. And one of the things that my team has been teaching me is how important it is for us to answer technical questions about the data points. So defining each of the variables in the context of the research questions and story that we want to tell about students in California. And I've really been taking this lesson to heart from them. But I wanted to say that here because I think it gives some context for why we are testing the story itself this extensively. The visualizations that we're developing have to be grounded in the story itself. And I'm at this point, I'm fairly convinced of that. And so I'm really looking forward to putting this in front of you and seeing what you think of it. And also give a little preview of one of the visualizations, but we'll also want to assure you that more visualizations will be coming out soon that map to the way that the team has been evolving the story. So a little bit about how we got here. And now let's jump into the data story itself. So Angelique's going to share the screen here. And while she's doing that, I'll say we call this a dashboard, but mostly we call it a data story. Data story has multiple visualizations and multiple research questions. It's not just a visualization. We'll also have narrative, media, and supporting materials to help tell the story and encourage audiences to explore. I'll say really quick here also that one of the parts of this process that I really enjoy is the idea that we are constantly cycling through feedback and making improvements for as long as we can to make the best experiences possible. One of the side effects of that, of course, is that as we go on this design journey together, including you and members of the public, that very often prototypes that we'll be showing you have already evolved since we've developed them. I want to let you know that this is okay. This is expected. It will almost always be true for future prototypes, but also assure you that through our process, the feedback that you give us, even on wireframes like this that are 1-2 versions behind, get analyzed and applied for the current designs. So Angelique, I'm just going to ask you, so we're going to go through this twice. Once I'm just to kind of scroll through it, I just want to point out some structural things. And then we'll go through it again. We'll go question by question. So Angelique, if you could just do like a top to bottom, slow scroll. And what I want for you to notice today is that you see sequenced questions. Some are in the kind of larger typeface and then some are in the smaller typeface. We'll go through it again and also read through the questions, so don't worry about reading them now. You'll see placeholder visualizations to help you imagine where the visualizations will be placed, but also as a reminder, these are not the visualizations themselves. The story scrolls from top to bottom in what is our best estimation about some logical order to explore this. So again, different sort of, it's one topic, which is educational pathways, but split into clusters of questions, with each of the kind of the larger typeface being the heading question, and then embedded within that related questions. So if we can go all the way back up to the top, Angelique, and we'll just now walk you through the different groups here. And then after that, we will talk about your reaction to this. And at that point, I'll do a lot of listening and taking notes. So at the very top, you might recognize this visualization. This genre visualization is called a Sankey diagram. We won't focus on this today, but just know that this is a visualization that we've been testing separately. We did a public testing of this, an earlier version of it, actually. We've evolved it since, in Ontario with teachers and administrators. Had a good session there, developed it since then. But the top question there, which I want us to focus on, is big question: how do California students navigate to and through college? You might notice that this version starts at 9th grade. Because of the data that we have, we are starting the pathway in this initial launch with high school completers. Of course, future versions, as the data expands, will also expand to include K-12 and early ed experiences. Beneath that is a sub-question, which is who is enrolling in college, looking at different demographic characteristics of enrollments. The next big question then is, once we go through enrollment, we move on to graduation, and then related questions to graduation. So not only who graduates and demographic characteristics, but also what types of degrees are earned, and also equity-related questions and degrees awarded. I'll stop here and give more context, which is that we've since experimented with some different language around equity, because what we've learned as we've evolved the processes is it seems to make more sense for us to just have equity be a general question that can be explored in all the visualizations rather than its own, though open to feedback about that, but that's sort of the direction that we're heading in. After we talk about who is graduating, the next part of the story is transfers. So we go from graduating and then taking a slight step back to explore some of the paths to graduation. This is an interesting, well, to us is an interesting preview of transfers, because if you've looked at our planned dashboard descriptions, you'll see that there is an actual data story just for transfers. At one point, we considered leaving transfers out of this one and then doing a deep dive into transfers when we developed that dashboard. But where we're leaning very hard towards is the idea that it's really tough to tell the story of pathways without introducing to the public and putting the story about transfers in there, wanting for folks who have taken that path to be able to see themselves in the data story itself. So you'll see that's included. Sub questions of transfers: which students transfer, demographic characteristics, and then do they graduate after transferring, and demographic characteristics there. Then we start introducing the idea of college and work. So next big question is, what do we know about students who work while attending college? So of course, we'll make use of wage data that we get from EDD combined with enrollment in the higher ed segments, public higher ed segments. Who's most likely to work while attending college is a sub question. And then the second question in this cluster of questions is, how much do students earn while enrolled? And then that brings us to the end of the post-secondary education part of the story. We then move into earnings after college. So we start with the large kind of heading question of how much do students earn after they graduate from college? Next, how much do they earn over time? And then a critical part of the story of Californians, what about students who haven't finished their degree yet? So this is looking specifically at students who started college and then didn't finish. The original version of this question was about students who had not started college, so went from high school directly in to the workforce. At present, we don't have the data to be able to tell that story as completely as possible, so we're looking into solutions for that. And so you'll note some careful wording there to be really specific about what it is that we feel like we have the data for that rises to the level of quality that we can really tell the story. And then it just ends at the very end there, leaving a segue to what will eventually be a less guided, more independent exploration of similar kinds of data story through the query builder. And so what you're seeing there is some experimentation with the idea that these aren't three separate tools, but rather three complementary tools that, depending on how a user wants to engage data in the questions that they have or their experience with data, they can sort of flow in and out of to meet their needs. Okay, that was a lot. I'll stop for a second and take a breather. But on the next slide, and we can go back to this as we continue the conversation, I would like to stop talking and start listening. And what we'd like to know is, now that you've had a chance to see this version of the data story, and in particular, the sequence of the questions, the way they're sort of laid out and the way we try to walk the audience through the story, we'd like to hear your thoughts. Open to any kind of feedback on those, but if you work better with prompts, we've got a couple here. First prompt, what works well in the current design? Second, what can be improved, or are there any ideas for how we might improve it? Also would like to know, how can we embed equity into all of the visualizations in this dashboard is another thing that we've been thinking a lot about. Okay. You've heard a lot from me. I am now going to stop talking and turn it back over to Mary Kate to call on folks. And I am going to be doing a lot of listening and taking of notes. Thank you for your time, and over to Mary Kate.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate it so much. So I do already see some member hands up. I think if it does not give Ryan you heartburn, I'd love maybe going into the full member view. Just that I think that that's a little bit more conducive to us talking to each other, since we aren't in the same space.
Yep.
For me, I'll go from left to right, starting with member Jeditis, please.
Thank you, Nancy Jeditis with the Community Engagement Board and Advisory Board. Thank you so much. It's exciting to see the pieces that you've put together, the way in which you kind of have the flow of information that's there, and just looking at those big questions, but also thinking about like what could be populating those different colors and pieces, sort of like as you're going to be telling the story that's moving forward. So that's really exciting. One question, I have a couple of questions. One is wondering if and how you plan to integrate undocumented students within this story, because I think it's really important that we are not just looking at the challenges that those students face would also be sort of addressed within this. I think that's one area. Another part that and of course there's privacy concerns, but thinking about how is it that we can make sure, if we're talking about equity, that we are really sort of having a full lens of some of those pieces. I think the next part for me is thinking about one area that I didn't see within there is financial aid. And it feels like if you're going to be talking about who's most likely to work, I think that's really going to be connected to how much financial aid are individuals getting, you know, thinking about loans, thinking about grants that are available, and thinking about that at a systemic level, you know, thinking that oftentimes a lot of the people at the UCs have a rounder financial aid package versus those at the community college who sometimes can only get tuition waived. So how can those pieces be played into that? And then those integrating, right, most likely to work, and then and financial aid. And then the last part for me, I think, and I know I have a lot to say, but the part was sort of like ending on like who's most likely not to graduate feels like not the best place that I would like us to land, in terms of the flow. I think that's definitely an important piece to bring in. And if we're thinking about equity, how could that come up a little bit higher and maybe interplay with work, financial aid, socioeconomic status? So as you're thinking about equity, having it be socioeconomic, eligibility to grants, first generation, and those pieces. So thank you so much for for hearing all of those.
You're welcome.
Wonderful.
Thank you for sharing. Really helpful.
Please. Sorry, Ryan. I stepped on your toes. Okay, wonderful. Also, members, sorry, I didn't tell you at the beginning of this piece. Let's see how timing goes, but I am trying to get you out on time. So I want everybody to have a chance to speak, but I'm already seeing a lot of hands raised, so I don't want to cut the discussion short, but I want to give you that as you're commenting. Member Ready, you're next, please.
Thank you. And so first of all, thanks, Ryan. A lot of hard work is very evident in that presentation. So to you and the staff, well done for getting this far. I think one thing I heard you say was trying to figure out whether we embed equity within each page or draw it out. I think that's a false dichotomy. We can do both, right? And so I don't think you should feel afraid to create sort of a separate something that highlights areas of particular. I will use concern because I'm allowed to, but maybe you want to use particular dimension or magnitude, right? And so I think that's a way maybe where you can say along this story, there are areas of particular concern or magnitude, right? Or magnitude, therefore concern. I think the other thing that I always wonder about is sort of the teasing out of some of the categories. And you may not have the data to do this, but especially within the Asian American NHPI communities, that disaggregation. And so making sure that stays part of it. And then wondering to just kind of how you're thinking about building things into this story. And so you've already had examples of things, the wish list, right? And I think your inclination is probably to start with something manageable and move from there. But I'm wondering if you could speak to kind of the thoughts on modularity and scaling to more data. So thank you.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I can speak to that just really briefly because I know we're short on time, but there's a number of ways that we expect the data story to evolve after the release. One way is through the expansion of the data system itself. And so I talked a little bit about that earlier, but also yearly data imports from the data providers happen yearly. And so that's another way that the dashboard can expand. The other thing that I'll note is we really feel like it's important to bring to have parts of the story that are harder to tell through the data, either because we have a policy where if the data is too small, then we can't show that data for privacy reasons, and yet it's still important for those stories to be told. And so we're working with our partners to find ways to tell those stories in particular through other story mechanisms that are part of the data story. Some of that I think that we will see with the launch, but we'll be continually thinking about it so that even after the launch, as we find better and better ways to highlight stories that are just harder to find within the numbers, that becomes a part of it also.
Thank you. Member Fong.
Hello, this is Member Fong from DTAB. Ryan and the team, thank you so much for leading us through this presentation. It was really incredible to see the evolution of what you've all created. There are a few questions that I have and maybe suggestions. One is in the heading one, I just really love the simplicity of it, thinking about the users. I wonder if you will be doing any type of, A/B testing for our end users based on like the headers that you use, whether that actually leads people or the user to believe a certain thing after reading the data in this A/B modulation, if you like tested groups that way. And then the second thing is around like the tool itself. When you're looking at a graph can you click into like a bar and see raw data the way that you could like in Salesforce or something, or like a report that shows even more information. And then I don't know if you have seen like in benefits portals where you can actually compare like HMO and PPO plans together, right? Like, would you be able to click on certain data or graphs to be able to compare side by side some of the tools or graphs?
Thank you, Member Fong. That's super helpful. I want to make sure I got all of your comment. You cut out just for a little bit briefly. And the part that I missed was you were hoping that, or wondering if there would be A/B testing of the headers to understand if the audience were, and then that's the part where I didn't hear.
If the audience would like come up with certain conclusions, or like the narrative was created and similar or different based on the header order.
I can speak to a couple of your questions really quickly, in particular, the interactivity of the visualization. So yes, 100%, we believe that a lot of interaction is required for all of these visualizations. They can't be static images. And so some of the ways that we are working with interactions are the ways that you describe. So mouse overs for particular parts of the visualization that will then show a narrative description, both quantifying the data point itself, plus having a little bit of narrative of what that means and some comparison within that. We are experimenting with visual comparisons, have a few solutions there that we're looking at, but nothing that I can speak to yet. I think we're still exploring it. But we know that as part of the analytical process, that comparison and context is super important. And so that there will be something there that helps the audience do that, at the very least in the narrative, probably within the visualization itself.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Member Gamboa. Oh, apologies.
I'll go, mine's really quickly because mine's in the same vein as Member Fong, Member Takagi from the Community Engagement Advisory Board. I had a question if the graphs were going to be interactive to overlay the demographic information just a little bit more. Nothing too intensive, but is that just going to be reserved for the query builder, or are we going to be able to plug and play a little bit with the demographics? And then as similar as Member Fong, export the data as well so they can, again, plug and play with the data. And then my second line of thinking was how iterative is this process going to be? If things emerge from community conversations or from just public discourse, will we be able to go back and add some things to it, or will that be reserved for like a semi-annual report? How frequently are we going to be evolving the story with the data? Thank you.
You're welcome. And thanks for the questions. Yes. So one of the important things for us in the design is that folks can explore different things like demographic characteristics and region. Those are just a couple of examples. There's a few others. And so I don't want to talk about solutions just yet because there's a number that we're exploring and testing, but the intention is to have it so that folks can look at a particular race category, for example, and have the story of that particular group of people told, to be able to move back and forth, do the same with levels of region and location. And so that level of interactivity is important and will be there. And then for iterations, it's continually iterative, which is, I think, both exciting, but can also be challenging because there are parts in the development cycle where it's harder to apply changes because we're heading into really important pieces of development that require that design stay the same. We're not there yet. And so, we're iterating pretty quickly here. But then in the same way that designs get locked so that we can deliver them, iteration begins again after launch for another round, either on the new dashboards or in the current ones. And so it never really stops, though there are parts of the cycle where you will see the results of that more often, in prototype testing in particular. But the closer and closer we get to launch, the more we are looking to iterate the experience of the audience and how we surround the designs themselves. with supportive activities. And the less we're iterating on the actual designs, because the closer we get to delivery, the more they kind of have to stay the same. But then ideas begin to open up again right afterwards. That's the way the process works for us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, a quick time check, if helpful. So it's 3:06. Every time I look up, there's another hand. I was gonna say we have 6 hands raised. I just saw a 7th. So let's close the hand queue, please. Let's try and get through these 7. Let's power through them. I think we're probably gonna need like 10 minutes to get through our last set of agenda items here. So members, I'm giving you your time, but please help me out. So I see next in line, Member Gamboa.
Thank you. I will try to keep this very brief. Again, as everybody said, great job on everything. My question is, from that macro look, can we split that data into regions, knowing that South, Central, LA, Bay Area, Northern California, Central Coast are very different and have very different challenges for a lot of us. I would love to see an interactive Q&A on the platform, because I think showing this data is really good, but it's also dangerous in that a lot of myths and perceptions can be carried forward. So being able to address those concerns right off the bat. I would flip the first map so that it doesn't always seem like good data floats to the top and everybody else floats to the bottom. I would put the other stuff the other way, so that just visually it's a big difference as people interact with the data. I would love to see more data on elementary and middle school as well, versus just going straight to college. Transfer side, and the jobs, right? The titles. So degrees, making sure that vocational degrees are also equivalent to, you know, everybody else. Transfers, not just community college to 4-year, but also linear 4-year to 4-year, which is more prominent. Information on non-traditional students in our military and, you know, are incarcerated, etc. And then also looking and paying attention to the outliers, especially when you're looking at income and who's making what kind of money, because we know right now Division I athletes are getting crazy money for being in college. And then we also have social influencers who are making, you know, different paths of funding. And you already addressed the questions from everybody else about adding data metrics to work with it. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Ryan, are we good to go to a new, the next one?
Yeah, Member Gamboa, thank you. Helpful feedback.
Thank you. Fabulous. Okay, next I saw Member Shack.
Thank you, Oliver Shack here. I just have 2 considerations to raise with you. One is that I just encourage you to think sort of intentionally about audience as much as possible, and how different audiences may respond to different kinds of visualizations. My general experience is that when you have, like, say, like students, families, people who are not subject matter experts, that you really have to err on the side of like really, really basic kind of information and visuals. So I'm going to just be a little vague on that, but just encourage you to do that. And then the second thing is I think a tricky decision might be, do you follow throughout the story, do you follow like a single cohort of students, so a consistent set of students throughout their whole sort of education process, or do you kind of use different sets of students for each visualization as you move along? And I'm not sure what the right answer is with that, but you know, if you follow, let's say, like students who were in high school in 2012 and you just consistently follow them through, that's very clear and coherent, but then you're also looking at older data. So I think that's one tricky trade-off you may want to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I saw Member Orlick.
Thank you. Just a couple things. Really appreciate the data story and all the comments from the other members that have been stated already. Had some similar ones, so I won't reiterate those. Up to the point of trying to drill to comparison populations and then the end number sample size getting small real fast, and how to manage that, especially if you might have different or conflicting requirements from different agencies or something. I really encourage us to consider, for example, when you're talking about geography, you get to a county level and then you want to layer race or ethnicity on top of that. And then potentially some numbers get small, but trying to build in, some rules in the platform that will maybe, get us as granular as we can, while still implementing some of those rules, rather than, not displaying some of the equity charts, for example, by language fluency or, race or ethnicity status. So how zoomed in can we get for each one? And then you can just kind of build that into your platform to tell the user the number size has gotten too small, and then it could even redirect them to that research request form or something. I think the equity lens is definitely more about, how often and how many ways can we show that, because that to me is the more actionable part of what we do with the data. And so then I think, great, build in as many views as we can by the different demographic variables and geographic variables you have, and the next step of then what. So, on a number of all the charts you showed us are going to have certain equity gaps that are really apparent. And then what do people do with that? One option is to then do in a little bit of that legwork of, here's a view of the positive outliers, if you will, or, here are some examples throughout the state where maybe that equity gap is smaller or even trending in an unexpected direction, which is more perhaps calculation or analysis built in than is in your scope. But I would love, because, and also some of the members have already stated, folks either, doubling down on biases that are already built in, or misinterpreting or taking some misinformation will be potential risks of simply putting the data out there. And even the data story there, it's kind of like, here are some questions and here's what the state of it is. But then again, encourage us to think about building into a data story, like, so what, or therefore what. Those are my suggestions.
Thank you. Perfect. Next I saw Member Nguyen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Estrellado and your team for constructing this data story. And I really appreciate how this story is really simple to navigate, and that it's really easy to look at the data and get those insights from it. But when just looking at that, because data stories, we want them to be able to inform the policymakers or the researchers or the families about those insights and how we can act upon those insights. And so I would just really appreciate, after scrolling through a long web page of data, if we are able to get, key insights, how those policymakers can act from that. And additionally, I would also really appreciate if we can get a little bit more context. For example, when you talk about work, students going to work, as a college student myself, I'm wondering if we're able to, look into that further, such as the purpose of work, or, because this could include, work study, or supporting family business, or living expenses. So I think that context would be really appreciated, so that, we're able to jump, back and forth seamlessly. So I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Member Largo, please.
Good afternoon. I have an I wonder proposition. I'm just wondering, with
Oh, I apologize. Somehow I went off screen. Here we go. I wonder if we may consider the recent K-16 regional funding that was made available to the state, to the 13 served regions of the state, as a potential audience that could become the end user of this type of platform. And I say this because I am part of 4 served regions that are currently attempting to address the 4 sectors that the state has prioritized. And we are all trying to develop dashboards, queries, ways to help inform how we're going to be addressing our region's priorities. And so I'm just wondering, we are already collecting an abundance of data, and you're already working towards developing stories. Could we potentially use these end users who are working towards making regional improvements that will ultimately impact the state and help inform policies at a state level? Could we provide an opportunity for them to engage with this platform and help you? I think it's a quick gain, and they would be probably the best pilot because there's an enthusiasm for data, for dashboards that help inform steps. And we are already collecting the data that they're looking for, right? It's elementary, it's high school, it's post-secondary, it's community college, and ultimately, how are we preparing our next generation of workforce? So just a consideration for the group.
Thank you.
Member Catanzarite, please.
Thank you, Member Catanzarite from Data and Tools. First, just a huge thank you to and shout out to Ryan and team for putting this together. This is very exciting to see and to think about, you know, what we're gonna be able to see in the not too distant future. As we're thinking about the equity, how to show the equity data, I agree with, you know, some of my colleagues who are suggesting that we try to show the equity data in various ways. I want to encourage us not to shy away from showing group comparisons. And I understand, you know, some of the concern about people walking away and drawing whatever conclusions from looking at the data, but there are too many dashboards where you have to flip from one page to the next to look at one subgroup and then keep that in your head while you go and look at another subgroup, and putting that on the viewer is not helpful. So I would like to encourage us to make sure that we have the relevant, you know, important comparisons available for people to digest.
Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, last comment. Member Montes, please wrap us up.
Yeah, mine is a quick question. I appreciate the inclusion of the student population with some college, no certificate, no degree. And I noticed that there's also like a graph of what happens to them for them. I was wondering if that is inclusive of what happens to them once they go back to college, and if there's additional data, like if there's enough data to maybe tell that side of the story. I'm not sure if it only tells a story of what happens to them once they don't have they don't go back to college. I wonder if there is data for folks that do end up going back to college.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I could just answer briefly. Folks who have that experience, so that is starting post-secondary education or college, 2-year or 4-year, stopping and then coming back, are included in the data set. The way that we are looking at that currently is that if they've achieved one of the milestones in that first visualization at any point during that cohort period, then they're what quote unquote counted within that group. So what that doesn't necessarily show is how often and in what direction folks went to and from. You can arrive at, say, just as an example, a bachelor's degree in a number of different ways. anybody who's earned a bachelor degree will be represented in there. But it's harder, it can be harder to tell in the data exactly what that path is. It's something that we're talking a lot about because we know that we want for folks to be able to look at this, not just the one visualization, but the whole story and see themselves in it. And we know that that is the experience of many, many people. And so we're talking a lot about how we can make sure that that story is represented somehow, if not because of the constraints of the data, then in some other way, but if it's possible within the data for that way also. So it's something that we talk a lot about, and I appreciate that you brought it up.
Wonderful. Right. Thank you, members. I really appreciate this discussion. I will also extend the thank you on behalf of data programs for all the input, questions, and ideas that you've given here today. So let's wrap this agenda item up. And let's go to what's in front of us. Agenda item 13, general public comment. This is the second time that we'll be opening it up to the general public. I see already one hand raised. So if there are other folks that would like to make a comment, please raise your hand now so we can get speaking time squared up. Seeing only one hand raised, we'll settle you in for 2 minutes. I have my timer ready. Roy, you are allowed to speak.
Good afternoon, advisory board members. This is Roy Thongilama with Etris West and co-chair of the Data for the People Coalition. We first want to thank the C2C office for their implementation of the new public submissions option, part of the advisory board recommendation process this year, and for prioritizing community input and community expertise in the ongoing development of the data system. We also appreciate the board's robust discussion today on some of the public submissions received. We'd like to echo members Orlick and Schock on supporting Etris West's and Californians Together's data proposal focused on weaving disaggregated multilingual learner data into C2C. With roughly 2 million multilingual students in our public schools, it's important to challenge the notion that this group is a monolith. The integration of this data into C2C will help to shine a light within different designations of ELs, their unique needs and experiences, as well as equip schools and policymakers with critical insights needed to improve multilingual supports and empower them in reaching their full potential. We also want to uplift support for the public submission by Teach Plus California, focused on integrating additional teacher demographic and program data. These new data will help to enrich the forthcoming teacher training and retention dashboard to include critical information and ensure state investments into our educator workforce are not only effective, but are also providing equitable opportunities for all Californians to become teachers and for all students to have access to high quality teachers. To close, we hope advisory board members consider sponsoring these public submissions to allow them to advance through the recommendation process and look forward to any opportunity to collaborate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wonderful. I'm not seeing any other hands raised at this time. So what we can do is we can close public comment. Thank you very much again for your public comment here today. I'd like to move on to agenda item 14, which is future agenda items. What we do at this time is first we'll open it up to members, then we'll open it up to the public. Folks can request any items that they would like to see in the future. So we'll look to you first, members, please. Hands raised should you want to add anything. Member Harlan, please.
Yeah, thanks. This is in regards to my previous comment about working toward adequate representation of our youngest learners on the Data and Tools Board. And I'm really talking about the preschool to third grade grade span here. And I just kind of want to say out loud that this seems to be reflected in the governing board too. And I know you've heard this from me before. It seems unlikely that recommendations for proposed new members would change at this late stage in the process. And I apologize if this has been answered before, but would it be appropriate to suggest as an agenda item for October, the opportunity to discuss the ranking criteria, the prioritization process, and also the application outreach process for new members? Or is there another forum where myself and other interested people could take this up?
Sure, wonderful questions. So this is something that we saw in spring and it would come back before both advisory boards in spring. The committee meets after you all meet in spring. So the committee would probably convene in spring. Aspects of the outreach plan may have already started as early as in the new year, but there would still be time to implement new things should y'all come up with things and the committee approve it. So I would say, yes, it is going to be a future agenda item in March.
Next March?
Yes.
Okay. And when and who decides how the priorities happen? I guess I'm still just a little unclear on that.
The committee, and the committee convenes in the spring.
Okay.
First meeting probably being in April. Again, attachment A for agenda item 8 would have the specific ideal date or potential date. But y'all meet first as an advisory board. We gather your input. We do bring that to the committee, and that would go to committee meeting 1, which will probably take place in April. Helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Other agenda items? Member Navarez.
Hi, Jackie Navarez with Community Engagement Advisory Board. I know that we talked about having additional workforce data as being a focus for next year. And I may be the only one, but I would just like a little more clarification on EDD and the data points and like what those actual data points encompass. I'm not sure that I know. Those employment variables.
Mary Kate, I'm happy to speak to this for just a moment. So thank you. We can point you to the information that already exists, but the part I wanted to highlight is that as a part of working with EDD and with Labor and Workforce Development Agency, we expect that we'll have some public task force style meetings where we discuss possibilities for new data points and would be happy to flag those for you all, and you could engage in those conversations as well. Subject to, again, I'll look at my legal counsel in a moment. We'll have to think carefully about Bagley-Keene and how we run those meetings. But we expect to have public conversations about the potential workforce data that could be added to the data system.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any movement from members. Let's open it up to the public. So public comment on this agenda item. So turning it over to you, future agenda items that y'all would like to see. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll give it another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we will close public comment. All right, great. So the next thing, we're moving on to agenda item 15, which is technically adjournment. But before we adjourn, I know it's 3:30. Give me another moment here, please, folks. What I'd like to just say is, and we've said this many times today, we have 9 advisory board members that are falling off, and we would be remiss to not thank them in this last meeting of theirs. So I would like to first start with our Data and Tools Advisory Board members who will be concluding their term in August. So that's Marshall Anthony Jr., Lisa Chavez, Kathy Huang, Brandon Livingston, and Jennifer Orlick. We have members Orlick and Livingston with us still here. So thank you very much. As a reminder, during your tenure here, you 5 Data and Tools members played a key role in the first Data and Tools process, right? Y'all were a part of uplifting that. First feasibility studies, first recommendation to the governing board. And then in addition to that, I would also like to thank our community engagement members, so that we're going to be losing 4 members, Meredith Curry Nunez, Nancy Jeditis, Paige Leverin, and Marcos Montez. Sorry. And we have 3 of those with us here. So I'm looking at Member Montez, I'm looking at Member Curry Nunez, and I'm looking at Member Jedidas. So thank you very much. You too as well played that critical role in the proposal, our single proposer for last year from community engagement. And so just really instrumental to the work here, to our office, for the public, and both advisory boards. So if we could unmute ourselves, give them a round of applause, thank them, that would be awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank
Great
you.
job,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Don't forget about us.
And I also want to say, y'all were part of the first cohort, right? So you're some of the OGs on the board. I just said OG in a public meeting. You know, your ideation, flexibility, can-do attitude, it's been really instrumental for us and helpful. So we appreciate you all for it. I know I've given very strong wording and signals this entire meeting for folks to keep their cameras on. This is the single time when I'd like to say, if you are not one of those 9 folks that I just spoke about, please turn off your camera. So if you're leaving, yes, you got it. So we can turn our camera off too, please. And then what I'd love to do is this is our, oh, Ryan too, you. This is like musical squares. Okay, hold on. So if you're leaving, I should see you. So I have Jedidas, I have Montez, I have Curry Nunez. That's community engagement. Great. If we could all smile from community engagement, this is your version of a group hug photo. And Angelique, if you could let us know when you're done taking that photo.
Captured.
Captured, fabulous. Okay, keep your cameras on. Let's add data and tools to this. So if I could get Member Livingston on, if I could get and Member Orlick, please.
Are they on the second next screen? We have everybody on.
Mary Kate, would you like to turn your camera off or would you like to stay?
Oh dear, yes, thank you. I'm the one out of compliance, lovely. Okay.
I think if they turn on the mic, they should all pop.
Okay, Angelique, do you have eyes on the 5 members that are falling off data and tools and CEAB included?
I have eyes on 5 members.
Okay, can we take a group shot? Smile.
Yep. Give me 1 second. Captured.
Fabulous. Okay, now data and tools, it's your two of you, it's your time to shine. If you could get your smiles on.
Captured.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Angelique. Wonderful. So thank you very much. Oh, folks can put their cameras back on so I'm not talking to a black screen. That would be awesome. Thank you. I know we're over time quickly, but would any members that are leaving like to just share some quick words? This is kind of your last time to address your counterparts publicly. No pressure.
This is Member Curry Nunez. I do just want to say thank you so much to the Cradle-to-Career team. I can't name every one of you, but just I've really appreciated all of your support through all of this, especially for us being the inaugural cohort. And I just want to send so much love and appreciation to all of the Community Engagement Advisory Board members. This has been one of the most incredible experiences, and getting to know each of you and supporting this effort together has been transformative. And I just want to say shout out to the Data and Tools Board, because what y'all do is incredibly important, and what we're going to do is going to be precious for decades. So thank you, and I admire each and every one of you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Yeah, I also want to extend some gratitude to the staff for always being very understanding and flexible, being so welcoming to everybody, and also extend gratitude to all the advisory board members for doing this work, which is incredibly difficult. It's creation of something brand new, and it's been difficult to sometimes even grasp our minds around what we're creating here. But I know it's important work that's going to really benefit the future of the state. So thank you all.
Yeah. Member Orlick.
Yeah, Member Orlick, just want to also extend gratitude for being part of this group, getting to interact with all of you, and really appreciate the diversity and wealth of opinions and expertise that you all bring to the work, and the C2C staff for the incredibly hard work you're doing. It's very exciting, and I'm very grateful to have been part of the first round of work to get these dashboards public and see what they're going to look like and how we can use them. I'm so excited to be able to be part of the development process and also to be a user very soon, I hope. So yeah, just extend that. If anyone would like to continue to connect, happy to be part of a focus group or something, user group moving forward. So best wishes, everyone. Continue the great work, and I'll be keeping track of how things go.
Wonderful, thank you. And that's a great segue. If we could have the slide deck up real quick, just some final thoughts concluding things here. So we do have that governing board meeting that's coming up on August 14th. It seems like members are very interested in that agenda item related to slating. So please feel free to join us for it. We will also have potentially ad hoc meetings in the future. But the next time that these, and then also look forward to social media where we'll be formally offboarding our members and saying goodbye to them. So folks, if you want to send us in those videos and submissions, we look forward to it. Thank you. Data and Tools will next meet on October 1st, 2024. As a reminder, in person here in Sacramento, and then community engagement will meet 15 days later on October 16th, again here in Sacramento. So looking forward to those dates. My last few sets of reminders here. Monday the 15th, if you want to volunteer for an ad hoc, member proposals due July 24th. And then, as I just mentioned, the governing board meeting coming up on the 14th. We're going to have a recap of this advisory board meeting. So should anybody like to speak to our governing board, please feel free to also volunteer for that speaking opportunity. So thank you so much. I'd love to adjourn the meeting here at 3:39. Apologies, we're 9 minutes over, but appreciate everybody's commitment, time, and talent here today. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.